Dan, you good? Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, great. So
Great.
welcome again to everyone to the City Council retreat. This is day one of a two-day retreat. And as we have prepared for this retreat today, we have decided to focus this retreat on recovery and sort of organizing ourselves around medium and long-term recovery goals for the city of Asheville. And I know we're all eager and excited to get to work on this. We have so many groups around the city that are also organizing themselves to help work on recovery, and we're all joining forces as a community to make that happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bo Mills, our retreat facilitator, and let him take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mayor. It's a real honor and a privilege to be with you for the next couple days. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to have an opportunity to talk to each other a lot. We're going to do lots of work together and a couple breakouts, so there'll be some real opportunities for dialogue. Your staff are here as a resource. But I just sort of quickly wanted to talk about the roles here today. Obviously, the City Council, you are the active participants. This is your retreat. Your staff is here as a resource. But they're also participants, and that's important, and I think that's a real opportunity. This is not a city council work session per se. This is not, you're not voting today. There'll be no motions. This is an opportunity to have a different kind of dialogue, and I think that hopefully we can really take advantage of that. I am Bo Mills. I work with Fountain Works. I've spent some time with all of you. I have 35 almost 38 years of public service. I was reflecting on the way over here this morning with my colleague, who I'll introduce in a minute, that almost 38 years. I was born here in Asheville, and it feels like this is my capstone. I retired recently from the North Carolina League of Municipalities, where I worked with a group called the North Carolina Metro Mayors Coalition. So I worked with the mayors in the 34 larger cities in this state, on representing cities on urban issues in the legislature and in Washington. After Hurricane Helene, like everyone in our state, I was very torn. This was a horrific experience. Having been born here, it was especially important to me. So it's really an honor to be with you here, and it's a labor of love to spend time with you all. And this is a retreat that's a little different. We've talked about that a little bit. But before I get into that, I'm going to have my colleagues introduce themselves first. We're very fortunate to have Susanna Childers join us. Susanna, and they're all going to help with the program today. Susanna has a lot of experience at the corporate level as well, so we're very fortunate. She's one of the best at this sort of work, so we're really fortunate. I'm also really excited to have Emily introduce herself.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Wilson. Nice to meet you.
Emily Wilson's been with Fountain Works for 4 years, attended Vanderbilt, got her MPA in Chapel Hill. We're really fortunate to have her. She's the project manager for this, so she's done all the hard work to get all this stuff together for you all. I was going to take a second to say a few words about the retreat, and then I want to sort of talk about the roles and rules here today, and maybe some of the outcomes we'd like to see. And then Susie's going to have a little exercise, like what would be your wow walking out of this in a minute. But Hurricane Helene has presented I worked for Governor Hunt during Hurricane Floyd. I spent a lot of time in eastern North Carolina. At that time, that was the biggest hurricane that had ever hit the state. Over 52 deaths, thousands of homes destroyed. You have gone through something that was dramatically more significant, and the impact on this community is significant. And what you're embarking on in the recovery phase, your staff has spent an enormous amount of time on response, working with the partner agencies and local communities, really addressing the response needs, saving lives. You may remember we talked about the analogy to a patient. Now the patient is in the process of looking at how do you rebuild, how do you rehab the patient, and you are going to set the goal here with this retreat as the first step. You're embarking on a journey. It's a journey that's new. It's new to you. It's new to your staff. They're addressing programs that are new. It's like you ran a city, and now you're going to run a recovery, and they're going to have to run parallel. So those are some of the challenges you face, and the resources are not that different. So We have an opportunity to really dig in a little bit here today. We're going to spend time sort of building information today is really where we're going to spend a lot of time learning from each other, giving you all time to talk to each other. And then tomorrow we're going to dig in and really talk about outcomes and a game plan going forward. So I'm really excited about that. But I thought it would be helpful just real quickly to think about the rules for this. I mean, one of the things that we like to do as facilitators to say, you know, we prefer that you're totally engaged, and we've set up a program, you will be engaged. You'll have an opportunity. Not, you know, try to avoid reading your emails and things like that. I understand that's a reality, but some of the other things, like how do we interact? I'm just going to ask you all. I think that the city council, you have a sort of decorum process in place. I don't know, do any of you recall some of the key features of that?
I think you're talking about our rules that we developed last year, which maybe somebody brought a copy.
No, I was just curious, is there something that sticks out in that, in the way that works for you all? I know sometimes this is not, you're not at the dais, this is a different setting, so hopefully you'll have the opportunity to have really fruitful dialogue with each other. We're gonna have breakouts where you can talk to each other, so that's something, obviously those classic things, listen, be respectful, engage. Disagreements are okay, but constructive disagreements can really make for a positive experience, but always try to look for agreement when you can. Any other things that are important to you all in the way you've done lots of retreats, any of the other features of those retreats that you want to carry into this in terms of conversation or? Maggie, I know you do this for a living. Any thoughts on that?
Give each other the benefit of the doubt.
That's good, yeah. Shanika, anything that you, in your?
I think you covered mine. The listening part, listen to understand, not to respond.
Listen, understand, that's great. Kim, anything you want to add to that?
One of the things that we talked about last year that I think holding on to is just mutual respect.
Mutual respect, that's great. They always say you learn everything you need to know by the time you're 7. I think those are things that we all try to carry with us, so thank you. Some of the outcomes we have here, we want to talk a little bit about that. Some of the tools we're going to have here, we're going to be continually building on these visual tools that we have every exercise, and these are things that you're going to be able to reference back when we really start digging in a little bit tomorrow. But one of the things we have is a bike rack. If it's a little off target, but you really want to get it and make sure that we capture it, we have a bike rack. We're going to put it on, not a parking lot. I know, you're laughing. I mean, it is Asheville, right? We're going to have a bike rack where we'll make sure that we capture those things so they're not lost, but they might not fit on one of the boards that we're working from. Anything else you want to touch on, Emily, before we move to a little exercise? That's great. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Susie to talk a little bit about WOW.
I guess this is on. I'm not used to using mics. I work a lot with corporate groups, so we don't tend to have to use microphones. I can speak loud enough without it, but I know people back home and outside want to use it. So as you think about the outcomes and this chance to talk to each other about this recovery phase, as Bo said, we want you to, and Emily, are you going to capture these? We want you to think about what would be a wow by the end of tomorrow, 3 o'clock I think we're scheduled to end tomorrow, Valentine's Day. So you can go off and have your great plans with your loved ones. What would be a wow? What would be something that you would say, you know, maybe I didn't expect, but I really hope we accomplish this in the next 2 days? Anyone can just shout them out. Emily's going to capture them, and we'll add them to our outcomes. What would be a wow for you?
Clear goals that a majority of council supports.
Great. Clear goals that a majority of council supports.
Realistic goals that won't overburden staff because they're already in the thick of recovery.
Absolutely.
And been through a lot.
Realistic goals that won't overburden staff. Yeah, Bo talked about doing this at parallel paths. That was 2. That's excellent. A reasonable number of clear goals, and that we finish by 3 o'clock. We will finish by 3 o'clock. That's just what we do. That's our job, is to keep you moving, have the conversations. You're not going to have finished the recovery tomorrow. It's about identifying what's possible and what you want and what's, at least the direction that you're going. Someone else.
Oh, that'd be
What would be a wow
Yeah.
by 3 o'clock tomorrow?
So Bridget's first.
What do you hope for? You're taking 2 days of your life to hang out in this room with us.
I think as we, Shanika, I like what you said as far as realistic. I also do think this is a bizarre opportunity we have to really have a lot of big picture vision. And so I think holding those together is important. I think we can't sink our staff further than the immense amount of work they've been doing, but I don't know, it's a time to be really creative, I think, because we haven't had an opportunity like this. So big vision.
Big vision in these bizarre circumstances. So realistic and vision, which is a tension that we'll be able to hold both of at the same time. So both and. Who didn't get to speak yet? We want everybody to at least get one wow.
I guess one of the things I'm thinking about is partners in recovery, because we have so much work to do and limited capacity, is engaging our residents and neighbors and partners and having a path to do that.
Path to engage residents, partners, community.
Stella, how are you?
Fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the survey.
Got a couple more people I haven't heard from yet.
Council members.
I'll chime in on the clear goals that are manageable and doable.
Clear, manageable, doable goals. Yeah. Anything further, stretching you further with a bigger wow? I mean, wow. What would make you?
I'd also like to be able to.
I'd love for staff to be able to say, in the moment, we got what you're saying, and we agree with what you're saying, and both staff and council to be moving in the same direction.
Staff and council moving in the same direction, that they got it, it's clear. They understand it. Something else, Bo? Nodding over there? What else? I want to hear you, we want to get everybody's voice in on a wow. I think that'll get everybody, yeah?
What I think Councilmember Mosley actually hit it on the nail is coming together, working well with staff and council, and moving forward with clear goals and a big vision.
Clear goals, yeah. So summing it up for us, thank you. Yeah, clear goals, moving forward in, I'll say, alignment between staff and council with both the clarity of goals and the big vision towards where you're going. That sounds fabulous. I'm excited to be here too, like Bo. I actually live up in Boone and am a first responder there as well, and we were hit hard, so I was out cutting down the trees on the day of the hurricane and thereafter. So when they said they were working here, I said, how can I help? Boone's working too, but you've got even a bigger impact down here, so that's why I'm here. So my wow is I remember that day really clearly. So, let's see how we can all move forward together and create that vision and get things going.
Wow,
Wow. We're gonna have a wow by 3 o'clock tomorrow. Awesome.
that's great.
Back to you.
Just, you know that we've been spending some time with you. We had the city council where we came and spoke, worked with you on December 10th, and then we had a great session with the boards and commissions. I spent some time with each of you individually. So this has been a building process, and we're going to continue to build on that. One of the things that we did with the boards and commissions that was really powerful, and I think all of you were there, almost all of you were there for that, where we spent time with them. That just spending some time thinking about the accomplishments and celebrating our successes, I think that's really important because we've got a long journey. The journey is, we're not clear exactly what the journey will be, and we're going to make adjustments as we go. But when you can, look at what you've accomplished and even look at for ways to celebrate it. I think that's really important. So I'm going to ask Bridget, who did a little piece at the boards and commissions, is to talk about some of the accomplishments that the cities have captured for you all to share. And I think that the boards and commissions really appreciated this conversation, so we thought we'd sort of reprise it for you. You got it.
Just hold in this thing?
Yeah, sorry.
Good morning. Bridget Herring, I have the pleasure to serve as the Sustainability Director and I was the Deputy Recovery Coordinator. So many of you heard some of what I'm going to cover at our Boards and Commissions meeting, but talking about some of the accomplishments that we've worked through since the storm as we've built our recovery framework. So again, the analogy of the patient is in the hospital. I think of recovery coordination as kind of the general practitioners that are looking at the whole patient experience, and each of our recovery support groups as the specialists that make up the team that really dive into the specifics to think about the whole care of the patient. So in those different groups, we've been able to focus in and bring things to you to help, and you helped us get things over the finish line and out into our community, which I think is the important collaboration. So some examples of that are activating the funding for rental assistance and home repair, extending the shelter at Gold's Gym. These are all fall under our housing category. As we look into water, there was a big team working to support our Water Resources Director in installing the turbidity curtain out at North Fork to help get potable water back into our community. Debris pickup, I think we're all really familiar with debris. We have our meter that shows how much we've picked up. I don't know if you have that statistic over here. Hard to look at the notes and hold this mic
Oh, no,
at the
this is
same
from
time.
this is from the Boards and Commissions, so this is not
Yeah.
this is your piece.
Is it not working? Dan? Okay.
Sorry.
A little closer? That better? Yes. Okay, great. So with debris, I think some of the exciting things is that we collaborate with the county for the private property debris removal. Also initiated our waterway debris collection earlier this month, which I think is a huge milestone as we start to go through this, collecting on private property and right-of-way. Let's see, our infrastructure group has been hard at work doing the internal assessments on all the city-owned damages, and excited to say that FEMA is starting their site inspections next week. And we're really hoping that doing this internal work is going to facilitate a better process and a more efficient process working with FEMA to negotiate what those damages are to get the most back for our community to be able to consider that. What else? Our cost recovery group has been hard at work, both training our staff to understand the intricacies of this funding, understanding how additional resources can come in a way that are structured and won't conflict with the available funding sources so that we can, again, leverage the most out of the resources we have available. And some of that is the expedited funding that came in. Is that on this board? No? Is that 6.9? 6.4 and 3.2 for expedited funding for both debris removal and for our emergency protective measures. So we're still going back and trying to recoup the costs from the first days after the storm, as well as trying to think of how we rebuild and move forward with reopening. So we're kind of looking backwards and looking forwards at the same time. Our community capacity building, we've been working with the Community Assistance Division of FEMA to bring city staff, county staff, the state and the federal recovery support group functions to get together in a room, see where there's collaboration and alignment, learn about what long-term recovery looks like and how we can collaborate through that process to make it the best for our community. And am I missing anybody else? Okay. So I think that's just a snapshot of some of the work that our recovery support groups have been doing since we kind of got out of that immediate response. So just want to give you a context for what that work looks like and how some of it comes to you. Oh, yeah. So yes, and this is another good collaboration experience where both staff and I know a number of you were advocating for additional resources in our community that ended up in a $225 million direct allocation from HUD for CDBG-DR. And I know that we're in the thick of doing community engagement around what that action plan is going to look like. And again, an example of that collaborative effort of where we're getting input, bringing it to you to get your input and approval. So hopefully that's another place where we can get in sync on staff and council knowing what we're doing and rowing in the same direction together.
Deborah, I think, what is your annual budget right now? So 249 million is your budget, and you have successfully worked with the Community Development Block Grants for Disaster Recovery. I think that's what the DR stands for.
Correct.
Which is almost equal to your budget. What a manna from heaven, but also what a tremendous responsibility. The other thing I wanted to, so we had a great conversation with your boards and commissions, and we built on what we heard from Bridget, and you were all there. I just wanted to sort of highlight, I mean, overall, your 34 boards and commissions had representatives at a 2.5-hour session. I thought it was really energizing. We learned a lot from that. We'll have a chance to reflect on that later in the conversations. But I think their conversation around Asheville's recovery accomplishments really, I mean, it's, Emily said it, we were talking the other day, it's really just they highlighted the amazing service and communications in response. And I heard a lot about, I think almost all the boards talked about the importance of communications and that the city played a hugely important role in communications. I still love referring to what the mayor talked about with we had a gathering in Wilmington of mayors across the state, and you had a team of people talk to those mayors and city managers from across the state. The mayor led a group, and there was a conversation. Clay, what's Clay's last name? Chandler, Clay Chandler. Deborah, it was amazing. He talked about the work they had done around communicating about water. And the level of communications from your city and the attentiveness from your citizens was amazing. And I think you said it, Mayor, Asheville is the most educated group of citizens in the country around water now. And the bumper sticker, I mean, most people wouldn't even know what this means. The bumper sticker I heard was, what was it? It was less turbidity and more clay. That said so much. And Clay, it was powerful. That was a really powerful conversation we had. And all the other folks in the room, Clay talked about the work and the people put into it. That communication is a really important accomplishment. And I think you should continue to, I mean, my suggestion is that we look for ways to build on that going forward. And I think that's a really important part of the role of the city.
The board's chairs and vice chairs that attended that really highlighted the communications, that was strong.
They really did. They talked about that a lot. I was just going to quickly sort of highlight some of the things they said. Outstanding permitting. I thought that was interesting. That's the staff really accommodating. And I've actually seen that in news reports in Raleigh about the way that you've worked with your permitting. Some of the other things. They mentioned an enormous accomplishment that I thought and we've talked about this with you all, and that was the vigil. I mean, the city pulled that together, but wow. I mean, like in 2 days or something, and how many people? That was absolutely extraordinary. Any other accomplishments, as you look at these, anything you want to lift up yourselves from what they said at the boards and commissions? You were there. I just was curious if there was anything that you really were energized by as you listened to those boards and commissions.
I'd like to highlight the keeping going in a turbulent political environment. We started this disaster with one administration, both at the state and the federal level. And I think we've all done a great job of working with both of those administrations to get Asheville and WNC what we need.
That's a really important observation, and one of the things we're going to talk about over the next 2 days is the critical nature of partners and leveraging external resources. So I think that's right in the vein. Anything else that you heard that you remember from that discussion?
I remember being like gratified. And really, I see these as two of the same, where it says the city checked in on us and leaders directly connected with the community.
Yeah, that's good. So that's another aspect of this city that is, I've worked with cities across the state over my career. I've worked with cities all across the country. The empathy maybe it's because of the disaster, but I think it's sort of ingrained in your culture here, the tremendous empathy. When I spent time with each of you individually, when we had our conversations in the city council meeting, empathy was a really important aspect of what we were hearing from you all. Empathy for citizens, empathy for communities, empathy for neighborhoods, empathy for your staff. And that was something we heard over and over again, the tremendous amount of work that the staff are putting into this, doing, 2 or 3 jobs, 12-hour days, 6, 7 days a week. And you really empathize with that. So that's I think that's an accomplishment too. Any others that you want to sort of lift up? Or is there something missing from the things that we've talked about here, an accomplishment? Think about the accomplishments of your council. Think about the accomplishments of your staff. Think about your accomplishments of the broader community, of your partners that you work with that you're really proud of. Any of the accomplishments?
One that's on the board that we haven't spoken to, but like gets me deep in my heart is that we had staff do 1,000 evacuations, 1,000 miles were searched, and 140 rescues. Like that's such a powerful moment in those individuals' lives, literally that their lives continued, but also the lives of our rescuers, that they don't walk away from that without being impacted. People rose to the occasion, so really proud of that.
Yeah, that was amazing. The stories that we heard and continue to hear more about. Sage?
There's a lot about us and the staff and stuff, but really there were a lot of community partners that also rose to the occasion and did tremendous work. There was a third level of engagement. And then maybe even mentioning wasn't it our first run of our emergency operations setup that we just kind of assembled?
That's right.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about Sage during the hurricane. I was doing an NBC interview down in the Biltmore Village, and I mean, it looks like, a war-torn area, and she comes barreling down the road in her pickup truck with these water barrels in the back of it, and she's got some lady in the front seat, and she's like, hey, she's racing off to help who knows who, how many people. I mean, so it was, it's funny now. It was like, actually, it was kind of funny at the moment, but but it was pretty amazing to your point about what people did for each other.
Yeah.
One thing that I took away from the advisory board conversation, it wasn't like said out loud, but I think it points to our dedication to inviting people to bring their lived and professional experience to the table. But also, we have amazing staff who are also the residents of a community,
Right.
and we're all survivors of Helene, and everyone leveled up. Everyone pitched in. Everybody did more than 100%. And I think it speaks to how much we care. And sometimes it's hard to care so much. We struggle. And we know that comes from a place of sincerity and wanting to do our best. But I really saw people going above and beyond. And from our boards and commissions to our staff to our council, like everyone was going all in.
What a powerful thing. Everyone pulling in the same direction with one unified approach. It's extraordinary.
One thing that I think is really important to highlight in the accomplishments, and I'm sure we'll get to, maybe we're going to talk about what we didn't accomplish, but, right, going to
Yeah,
accomplish.
there we go.
I mean, and to Kim's point about, everyone making an effort above and beyond, part of why everyone was able to be more effective and efficient and successful in what they were doing was because we had planned. We did plan for, we planned for a catastrophe. We planned for various types of catastrophes. This basically hit on all parts of it, you could possibly even be concerned about, but we had rehearsed and trained on what our roles would be. And that, I think if that hadn't happened, if we hadn't, stood up an emergency operations center, redone all of our policies, trained everybody what to do when this happened. And clearly in the community, there are many groups that are prepared for disasters as well. It just seemed like people were able to put it into action. There wasn't a lot of time spent in trying to figure out who was going to do what and how they were going to do it. And, they just they just did it. And under Deborah's leadership, everybody that was a city employee, if they weren't already obviously doing something like rescuing somebody, they were sort of retasked in a new role to serve the needs during the storm. And that, I mean, from where I stood, it looked fairly seamless in terms of, maybe behind the scenes, it wasn't as seamless, but it looked pretty good. And I think, and the people noticed, and a lot of people have said, you know, what a tremendous job the city did in the response. So that should be highlighted, because it's just, I sometimes think taken for granted. It's kind of boring. You go to these training meetings and it's all very hypothetical, and you kind of think, do I, really have to do this? But yeah, it really does make a
It
difference.
actually saves lives,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
That's right.
Pretty basic. And you said something there that I want to, there's two things, but neighborhood hubs, I think I heard something about that in some of the conversations. Remind me what that was and how that operated.
Well, there were some.
We just saw neighbors pulling together, whether it was like someone setting up a burner in their front yard to make coffee for their neighbor, or putting out a charger with a power strip, or, churches becoming distribution centers as we had love pouring in and supplies pouring in from all over the country. I mean, I was at a church that was like back up in a holler, and they had an 18-wheeler coming in with pallets of food.
Wow.
And then the people in that church were just getting that to their network, to their loved ones. And so the city and FEMA set up very complex operations with water distribution very quickly. I think within 4 or 5 days, we were distributing water to people. But the community gave each other what they needed too. And so there was profound amount of everyone pitching in for each other.
Yeah. I mean, you guys trained for it. They just figured it out.
Yeah.
I think maybe you set a good standard model for them.
I want to
So
lift
they
up
can-
the moment when our
Yeah.
plans were just plans on paper, and we couldn't enact anything because the roads were down and the lights were out, and our communication, we didn't have any communication, and our community stood up to do what they knew best in survival mode, and it was just simply neighbors helping neighbors without any resources from the city or state. It just showed that even in our plan, even if we go back to that wow moment, if we find a way for neighbors or grassroots organizations to be a part of our big plan, I think that'll be an overall win.
That's good.
It seemed to me more like we're going to accomplish neighborhood hubs, and the community modeled what that looked like.
Yeah. It's an organic thing, isn't it?
Because we have, schools, community centers, parks and rec facilities, faith communities, libraries. One of the things that I noticed is that we learned lessons from previous crises, like the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The libraries made a universal resource so that you could access the internet, which all of our internet was down, but once it was back up and running, folks knew they could go to their library and they could access that. We learned a lot from the water outage in 2022. So I think part of the accomplishment is learning from our mistakes. And to pair along with that, in the early days, I saw us doing something that I hope we keep doing. And it's when if we're slipping, we ask for help. I saw us asking for help and acknowledging our weaknesses. And I think that's an important part of recovering.
And as a resident of Raleigh, everybody wanted to help, everyone. And I've worked with a group. The airports in the western part of the state became huge airports, from being a little volunteer airport to being a resource to bring resources from all across the country into those little tiny airports. It was an amazing thing to see. And you were, that's the other thing. I just wanted to mention the role of Asheville in the region. You know that, but I think it's important to acknowledge that you are the economic center of a region, and the special burden that you all play in recovery is that your success in recovery is going to be a powerful force for the entire region. So you play a special role as an economic entity, but you play a special role as sort of a heart and soul of a region too. So that's a special burden, sorry.
That's a great segue into one I was going to add, because I
Yeah.
think we ended up becoming de facto resources for nearby communities. I know I was suddenly talking with the county and city managers for other areas in western North Carolina on speed dial, and just, it was more of a collective approach. So I think that was a great accomplishment. And then lastly, I don't know if this is an accomplishment, more of appreciation, but I was pretty taken back by some of the stories we were hearing. When all this happened, we all underwent a lot of tremendous stress, but our first responders, police and fire department in particular, were out on foot, walking the miles and looking for people and things. And I feel like that was probably another level of heart-wrenching experience. And I want to appreciate that, not only that they did that just willingly, immediately, but that our staff also had the insight to set up some mental health resources for them. And some of the stories I heard were awful. So I appreciate that was just on the mind immediately, without hesitation. It was good.
And we talked about this, the communications, I think, is something we continue to need to think about. And I know that the city plays, you, as a city, you played a huge role in communicating to the world. Remember, the mayor, for example, was highlighted on national news, speaking on behalf of the people of Asheville. And that was really important, and I don't think that you should overlook that as an accomplishment as well. That's really important, that your council, your mayor spoke to the world, and I think that's a huge accomplishment. Any other sort of accomplishments that you want to highlight?
I'm going to add, it's not a specific accomplishment, but unfortunately, since this happened in our community, we've seen several other disasters, and the way the tone of the conversation in the community isn't always the way it is here. I think the profound gratitude, on council, we're used to kind of having targets on our back and taking the pain of the community and people targeting us. So much gratitude, every email, out in the community. I think that there's a million things we could put up there on sticky notes, but I think ultimately the community feels like we really came together. And I just want to point that back. I know that we mentioned Deborah earlier, but I don't know that we could fully list all the different things that your leadership did for us, but you being the leader of our institution, there's a million ways that everyone will blame the leader. I'm going to blame the leader right now. Things didn't fall through, And I think that the unseen things just speak to how I think that we gained greater trust from the community through this storm than anything I've seen before, and that's powerful. That's really powerful. So I'm really thankful for you, and yeah.
That is,
You're hitting on something I didn't quite know how to put into words, but it seems like, there was an initial hit. But everything that we did from there on did not create more death, did not create more loss. It was like an interruption, and I'm just thankful, because who knows what could have happened, and we didn't know, and none of us had ever been through it. But I felt like the response overall prevented more terrible things.
and the willingness for everyone in the community, all the government apparatus throughout the region, it was always, the answer was always, yes, let me figure that out. No one ever said no, and they always tried to find ways to overcome the challenges they face, and that doesn't happen all the time, and that's a unified voice of recovery.
Well, if I
Yes,
could
please.
lean in for just a minute. I really, really appreciate all the comments about my leadership, but there was a lot of co-leadership, particularly the Jeremy Knightons and the Chief Case and the Aquaman Ben Woody and Rachel. And I'm sorry, Ben, I had to do that. The beauty, if you could call this situation in terms of having the plan, having an EOC, is it was a collective effort of every department in local government. And there were public works people, there were water resources, which we highlighted at the council meeting on Tuesday night, that were playing the role of responders. And it was something they weren't comfortable with, but they did it. And I just want to lift up the organization It was, and we know we've got a lot more to do, and that we missed some things early on. But we recovered, we got our footing, and I think that we are in a good cadence now of collaboration, working together, and rising to the occasion. So thank you all for
That's awesome.
allowing me to speak.
That's right, Rachel and Ben, tell all your people. Let's say that again. They're listening. They're listening, good, excellent, that's great. Anything else before we sort of move on to just a little bit of a different conversation?
Are there any other creative nicknames that came from this? Aquaman?
Say that again?
Well, we heard Aquaman, that was my
Aquaman?
first. Did any other creative names come?
I remember talking to the director for New Hanover County and Wilmington's water director, and he said, "Do you know Ben Woody?" I'm like, "I know of him."
You should have seen the big picture posted in the EOC. My face on Aquaman's body. That's when I quit going to the EOC.
All right. Well, we want to sort of shift gears a little bit and just take a minute. We titled this Asheville's Voice. And really what it was is just to talk about what you see going forward in different settings. And as you know, we spent some time with you as a city council on December 10th. Sort of everybody got a chance to take a deep breath and reflect what things might look like in the future. We did this, and you recall that. In fact, if you want, during a break, you can look over, there's the results over on that wall over there of that conversation. And we had, I think, what was it, Susie, 13 categories of we sort of tried to categorize the thoughts and the things that you wanted to share about going forward. And then we had the session with the boards and commissions, which was, for all of you that were there, I found that to be really illuminating. 34 boards and commissions, and they talked about how can we all work together. What can you, city council, tell us to do? That was sort of, they continued to wanted to build on the things you were talking about a moment ago, about unified effort, working together. So there's some real interesting stories there. So we're here, we're learning a lot. We're thinking, we're looking ahead, we're building the things that we want to see going forward, keep hearing from the community. One of the things that, so we've done the conversations with you all, we've done the conversation with boards and commissions. You all are hearing from community citizens all the time. I know, Dawa, I'm going to ask you to sort of talk about the latest effort to gather input from the community, and that is a survey that was done, and I think, did it close on Sunday, Dawa, is that right?
It closed
Last Sunday, okay, great. So, and I know that in talking to some of you, you're very interested to hear about this. I'll actually turn the stage over to Dawa to share that, and we'll have a little opportunity to debrief on this.
Did any of you get a chance to take the survey? Yeah? Yeah. I did take the survey. I think maybe it's helpful to say what it asked people, but maybe you're going to.
I'm going to try not, I hope I don't get too excited and move too far away, but I'm going to try to not hold this.
Are we doing okay, Dan? Are we doing a good job? Thank you.
All right, we good on mic levels? Excellent. Okay, well, hi, everybody. I'm Dawa Hitch, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Communication and Public Engagement Director for the city. And I'm really excited to have this opportunity to share with you kind of a first look on where our community is with identifying needs and impacts of Helene. So, all right, here we go. So a few key takeaways. Our formatting looks like it's a little wonky. The results of the survey highlighted some key areas of concern
from our community, and those are highlighted here, and we're going to dig a little bit more into those as we move through the presentation. So first, there was some pretty strong support for strengthening infrastructure, and specifically focusing on water system improvements and climate adaptive building. Next, expanding housing solutions. And so for that, we're looking, or what we heard in the survey results was increasing emergency shelters, rental assistance, and affordable housing development. A third theme that emerged was supporting economic recovery. So within that framework, focusing on business assistance and workplace stabilization. And then a fourth was enhancing food security, so ensuring access to essential supplies during crises. And then that last one, the fifth one, was maintaining a sustainability focus. We'll dig a little bit more into each of those.
Were those like in order of priority or like?
I can say for sure that strengthening infrastructure, and we'll get into some of those
Okay.
percentage points, was rated extremely high. That was the one that emerged at the top. And I think it's around 96% of the participants identified that as essential or very important. And that's how this survey was framed, much like actually with inspiration from the National Community Survey. We put this one together quickly and wanted to use that format of how important are these investments, so that at some level we could look back and see if there had been any shifts from what we've seen from our National Community Survey. All right, so before I jump into some of those percentages and those responses, just wanted to give a quick overview of what this survey was and was not. So this was not a representative sample, much like much of our engagement efforts. We run that through our public engagement hub, and then also when we start to see that there are missing voices from the respondents, we get out on the ground and make sure that we're giving extra attention to do our best to make sure all voices are represented when we provide you all with the engagement results. So this survey had nearly 6,900 responses. That's one of our higher engagements that we've seen over the last 5 years. If anybody remembers our Reimagining Public Safety, that one had about twice that amount, and that one was a far outlier with what we usually see, but 6,900 is significantly higher than what we often see in in these types of engagements. So it was primarily conducted online with a paper copy option, recognizing that not everybody has access to technology, and it was offered in multiple languages. And I'll just run briefly through the outreach that our team did to make sure that as many people as possible were aware of this opportunity to share their thoughts and experiences. So there were daily social media promotions on city platforms. We had media coverage in local news outlets and in our city manager briefings that we hold. Thank you, County, for continuing to hold those. We've got there's a large audience that continues to tap into that as an information resource. There were announcements about it in city newsletters that go out, and we ran some email campaigns. We had direct engagement with neighborhood groups and organizations. Flyers were distributed at city community centers, the transit center, bulletin boards, and different recreation centers within the survey. And then again, we did some door-to-door outreach. Oh, this is an older version. That's what's going on. We did some door-to-door outreach in our legacy neighborhoods through our Community Connectors program. So if you aren't familiar with that, we've held a Community Engagement Academy. Feels like a year ago. It might be longer or shorter than that. But we had a number of community members that identify with certain demographic groups that are often missing from our efforts. And we went through a training module with them, and now we can activate them when we see that we're missing voices in our engagement efforts, so that they can tap into their networks that already existed. So they were a really important piece of getting this word out. So back into these themes. Resilient infrastructure, as I mentioned in the key takeaways, was one of those areas, and you can see here again that 96% of participants rated that as essential or very important. I can't recall seeing such a strong preference for an option or an investment in any of our previous engagements or the National Community Survey. So again, 94% supported rebuilding infrastructure to be stronger and more storm resilient, even if it takes longer. That's how the question was worded in the survey, to be sure that there was an awareness that building back more resiliently could mean that it might take longer to build back in some areas. And just of note, only 53% supported restoring infrastructure to pre-storm standards. So 95% highlighted road repairs, while infrastructure such as sidewalk repairs, greenways, and bikeways were rated at a lower importance. That's not to say that they're not important, but we're looking here at a scale of kind of essential, very important, important. So I feel like that's an important piece to remember as we're looking at these.
I mean, is any of that surprising, given the damage we saw in this storm when we had no water and we had roads out? So, I mean, if they had answered any other way, I think it would be odd, right? I mean, wouldn't we think that would be odd? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I would just say anecdotally, what we're hearing in the community, these results seem to match up with what I've seen coming across you all's desk and through some community meetings and neighborhood meetings. All right, next one, housing stability. So 74% rated affordable housing development as essential or very important, including renters rating that a little higher. We were able to pull out some of this information. We, in all of our surveys, have an optional demographic question just so that we can gain some insight. Again, this is not a representative sample, but it can give us some insight, and we can explore further with what some of those results are to make sure that we've got the clearest understanding. But for those that identified as renters, they rated affordable housing as more essential or important than the overall respondents. And again, that was about 6,900 people. Lower income residents rated that at 86%, and then younger respondents at 83%. BIPOC, people that identify as BIPOC, respondents, that came in at 80%. 77% stated emergency shelters are a high concern. Again, Mayor, another point that was directly related to the experience of the initial emergency response. And then 71% supported rent or mortgage assistance to prevent displacement. So the third theme, economic recovery, 76% overall supported business recovery efforts. 29% indicated that they'd lost jobs or income due to the hurricane. And then there was a significant impact on lower income residents, with them rating that at 48%, business owners 47%, BIPOC 39%, and younger respondents at 39%. And then, as I mentioned before, there was a question in the survey about immediate needs, and 17% of respondents indicated that financial assistance was an immediate need. Food security, 77% ranked food security systems as a high area of interest. Providing food at at the different stations that we had up to distribute food and water. That was certainly a need that we heard, and that opportunity was taken advantage of. So many thanks to our partners that were able to provide that service. 74% supported using community resource centers as neighborhood hubs during future crises. And that was, again, part of the conversation that I heard you all mentioning as you all were identifying some accomplishments.
Dawa, on that one, Was it exclusively around food security or also water security, right? Because a lot of these hubs, it was the water source too. So I'm wondering, is food security, is it really just that narrow, or is it more essential services?
No, so that was added from another question and was not specific. The way it was framed in the survey was not just about using hubs for food distribution, but just as community gathering spaces for information and all types of resources.
So this framing of one of the top 5 priorities is around food security?
This is, food
Okay, so
security was
there's the
77.
community resource center, but food was isolated in its tippy-top priority sense.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and yes, and so those community resource centers, that was a different question, kind of subordinate to that they're valuable and could be linked. Yeah, I appreciate that question.
I did actually get some questions about this one, and trying to understand the purpose of the question, but also the outcome and what the people were experiencing that might lead them to prioritize this. Number one, because so many of our roads and bridges were down, we were really isolated from getting resources in. Number two, a key community partner for food emergencies is Manna Food Bank, and they were hit really hard with the storm and knocked out for a while. Another one is that because so many people were out of work, this was an area where people were able to help quickly. And so I think what it sounded like is like being able to access food in close proximity. And that seemed to fit with our climate justice initiative and an understanding of where our food deserts or food apartheid is, where we know there's like food system issues, whether it's production or distribution. So this is where our community gardens are part of a resource where we can partner up for stabilization for the long term.
Absolutely, and a little bit more about, how did food security get in there as a question? And that was because we were working off of being inspired by our National Community Survey. And a few years back, with all the work that was being done around the food policy group, that question was requested to be put in there as an investment. And so knowing that there was such a direct link between getting food to people who were in need, that one remained in the survey that we put together for Helene Recovery Priorities as well. And we're happy, I don't know that I have it right here with me, but we did take a look at what were the responses from the last National Community Survey and how does that relate to what we were hearing in this one. I don't remember food security specifically off the top of my head. I'm happy to look that up, but I'd want to confirm, I'm pretty sure that this has risen in critical importance from when we were pre-Helene.
That makes sense. I know with school being out for a month, schools are really essential food resource for a lot of families too. So
Absolutely.
thanks for getting into this one a little more.
Yeah.
But I'll go ahead and say it's still a continuing need. This is anecdotal, but Sunday I went to an event where I think there were about 200 people showed up for food supplies. This was just this past Sunday. And then the Friday before that, I know there's a church that gets, I'll go ahead and hype Bounty and Soul. And people are still coming in for the fresh fruits and vegetables. And as Kim said, it's because even though they might be back at work now, people took a real hit not being able to work for a month, and people are still trying to come up out of it. So people are still definitely looking for food sources, even today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I appreciate that point, Vice Mayor, and even pre-Helene. Oh, we're doing first names?
You weren't here for the beginning.
Oh, I wasn't here from the beginning. I'm sorry. All right, yes, Antoinette, appreciate that. And certainly that they're pre-Helene, and there are a number of existing neighborhood level hubs where food is distributed, and those they're continuing, and it'll be interesting to see how all of that evolves post-storm in response to needs. All right, so sustainability and smart growth, 82%. Again, these are high numbers for a survey. 82% highly value thoughtful land use planning in storm-damaged areas. And 80% of those surveys rated sustainability and environmental protection, 80% as essential or very important. And then another area that rose to the top, we certainly wanted to highlight, and that being recreation and public spaces. So 64% showed support for repairs and updates to city parks. 45% indicated support for recreation opportunities. 43% supported updating recreation centers. And again, that's not to say that these are not critical pieces of the services that the city provides. They are. We know that places for people to gather are critical to our mental health. But just in fairness, just wanted to note for you all as you have your discussions this afternoon and tomorrow that a number chose less important or not important as their responses to recreation opportunities, updates to recreation centers, and then again, repairs to bikeways.
So having taken this survey, I feel like it kind of herded you into prioritizing, and you kind of couldn't answer it any other way than repair the water system, then repair the roads, then if you want to get around to parks, that's a luxury item for later. That's kind of how it felt to me, like I guess you could have said everything was the top priority, right? You could have, but I'm not sure that most humans do that, right? When they're given a whole sheet, it feels like you're supposed to kind of prioritize it. So it's interesting to me to contrast this with the Parks and Rec GO bond, which was on the ballot in November. And I can't remember if it was the highest vote getting item or not, but it came out not like 78% or something like that. So just an interesting, here's a vote of the people on Parks and Recs singled out, and then you see this as it's shown to you with all these other items as well. Just something to keep in mind.
And another thing about priorities, sequencing can be another way to look at it. And priorities don't necessarily mean it's more important, it's just the logical sequence is another way to look at that sort of prioritization.
Absolutely, and that is a challenge. We've worked very carefully about how we have worded everything around this, again, taking our clue from Polco, who administers the National Community Survey, because we did not ask people to prioritize. What we asked was for them to rate importance, and so I appreciate that. That's going to be hard to call you Esther. Mester. Right. Because we do have other data points that are also important to consider as you all are having those conversations, right? And again, this is 6,900 people that responded, and we did not ask for those things to be prioritized, and we're humans. It's kind of hard not to look at it that way. I appreciate that point. All right, so this is just a high-level review. Again, we've got more detail is available, but wanting to be respectful of time and given an overview that could hopefully help inform your discussions. Thought it was important to just lift up some of the impacts indicated by some key groups that we know are often missing from our engagement efforts and/or who we know were most impacted by this event. And really, this is an event where everybody in our community was impacted. So some things that rose to the top with people who identified as BIPOC were that greater importance was given to housing, food security, and transportation accessibility. Business owners indicated greater importance given to business recovery at 89%, and arts funding at 75%. Displaced residents indicated a greater importance given to basic needs. That's probably not surprising. Residents with lower incomes indicated a greater importance given to affordable housing, rental assistance, and emergency shelter. Renters indicated a greatest importance given to affordable housing, emergency shelter, and tenant protections. And then younger respondents, which were 25 or were categorized for this survey as 25 and younger, noted high percentages of emotional distress and challenges to food access and income loss.
Hey, Dawa, under displaced residents, can you tell me what can you give me examples of basic needs, what to them were basic needs? Because I'm going, is that affordable housing, rent, shelter? What
Yeah.
is basic need?
Yeah, I think it was food, kind of food, water. I'd have to look exactly at how the survey, I don't have the exact question here in front of me, how it was worded, but I can definitely, when I get back there, I can get
Because
that
I'm
to
wondering
you all.
I'm just curious if displaced residents in BIPOC communities and low-income residents kind of, are they all saying the same thing?
Well, that was confusing to me because is displaced residents also those experiencing homelessness prior to or after the storm? I wasn't quite sure about
Yeah.
who fell under that category.
And we can dig into that a little bit more to better understand that, and that's actually a great segue into the next slide. That's okay. All right, hold on. See, we got backups. We always have backups. Let me if you don't mind, give me just a second to get to everything that's on this slide. I mean, I can say just off the top of my head that these survey insights and the input from the workshop with the boards and commission chairs were compiled to help inform your discussions this afternoon around priorities. And I want to emphasize that this is a first step. This is a first step in understanding what our community's experiences and the impacts were. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, and then, so again, that first step is really important. I mean, we had a tight time frame to get this out so that you all had some information to work with today. And then moving forward, there will be additional opportunities for deeper understanding. So I wanted to just mention that our CDBG-DR engagement efforts are currently underway. You can visit publicinput.com/CDBG-DR to see all of those and to access those opportunities upcoming. I know we had one this Monday. I think we had about 50 participants in that. And then the next is February 18th, it's virtual. February 19th, it's virtual. February 24th will be held at the Wesley Grant Southside Community Center. And then February 26th at the East Asheville Library. So CDBG-DR is another step where we can get a deeper understanding. And then we also have our long-term recovery planning where there'll be additional engagement to gain a deeper understanding of kind of what the surface level first step response to the survey might mean when we dig into it a little bit more. All right. Okay, so then just to recap, some themes that came to the top: strengthen infrastructure, expand housing solutions, support economic recovery, enhance food security, and maintain a sustainability focus were the themes that came out of this particular survey.
Dawa, thank you so much. I am curious, maybe I missed it. Are these slides available to us to just kind of sit with tonight as we're wrapping up our retreat tomorrow?
I just asked staff to send them to us because we were not provided these before.
Because it does help me to like be able to marinate it. I know I just got the agenda yesterday for today's event, so I'm like, I know we're all working as hard as we can, but I was like, oh, this is really helpful. I was also, one of the key takeaways for me is that there's a lot of multi-solving solutions here. For example, maybe Parks and Rec is floating to the bottom because folks expect that we're going to do some of these climate resiliency hubs, and it's going to include Parks and Rec facilities. And that we're going to follow up on the neighborhood plans because we're going to strengthen the infrastructure. Things like that seem like some community expectations around roads, for example. I think folks would expect that we would build our roads, even if it took more time to build them better, and that would include making them safer for walkers and people who bike. But one of the things that would really help is at some point getting some back-end information, because usually when we have a survey, we also get some demographics, geographic locations of where people were submitting information. Because one thing I know about our community is they show up for each other even across neighborhoods. So they might be recognizing needs of others. And so that who's participating and where from would also be a great data set to look at.
Absolutely, and there is more information that is available and will be provided to you all so that you can take a deeper dive. This was just kind of a high-level overview to that question specifically, just while we're here, so you all have that on the table, 80, so not, and this happens in a lot of the surveys that we do, some people opt out of the demographic information. So we had about 5,000 people that chose to complete or at least some of the demographic information, and I can tell you that 82 responded as younger, 305 responded as BIPOC, 394 as business owners, 887 as renters, 986 as lower income residents, and then a little over 2,300 as displaced residents. So there's a little additional information, and I'm happy to
So
share.
so the displaced, that part was confusing to me. Like, were you displaced if you decided to leave Asheville right after the storm and you went and stayed in Charlotte for 2 weeks and then you came back? Was that displaced? Or did they mean like you lost your home and you are displaced, you cannot return? I mean, did it say, or did it? Right, yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
That's probably a somewhat meaningless number if it was just a self-defined, well, I had to go live with my sister for 3 weeks until I had water, or, whatever. But that is displaced. No,
Yeah,
sure. Oh, it's displaced, but it's not displaced if your home is fine and it's there and now you get to live in it just fine, right? I mean, that's a whole different displaced than my rental apartment was flooded and I can't return to it, right? I mean,
Yeah, and I would say for today's exercise, we can, just anecdotally, what I've heard and what it looked like is that even if people had to leave their home because there wasn't water or electricity, that they were probably identifying as displaced. And we can take those numbers moving forward and stack those up against some of the numbers that we have from some other data sources, FEMA, about like who has applied for temporary shelter assistance, that type of stuff, to dig a little bit further into what that
permanent
really means.
displacement or long-term displacement.
Right, right. Okay, well, any other questions for me? And again, I'm back there, we can dig through, if you have specific questions, getting a little bit deeper, definitely what I've heard is, can we offer a little bit more understanding of what that displaced might mean, and I can share with you exactly what the question was, so that you all have a little more insight today, and then as we move through, there's opportunities to look at other data sources, again, in those future engagement efforts where we're digging deeper, instead of this kind of across the board first look at what people experienced or need. All right.
Is that thought that we would make this deck available?
Yeah, the report, there will be a more in-depth report that will be made available.
It was shared this morning.
Okay.
Alex sent it out to you all along with the boards and commissions, but we can,
So breaking news.
Yeah. And I've got paper copies, if you all would like for me to hand out paper copies
That's
here.
awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
That would be great.
And then just as a best practice in our engagement, just so you all are assured, anytime we ask for input, we report back through the means that we gained the input. So there is a plan that will probably be launching Monday so that we can include the results of today and tomorrow with how that input was incorporated into any decision-making. So that'll be going out. We've got, I had the number right in front of me. 1,600 people that are subscribed to our newsletter, and then it'll be posted on the Engagement Hub and shared at the neighborhood meetings that we attended to gain input. Okay.
Interesting. So you had stations set up for people to respond to the...
Yeah, our community connectors went out door to door in a number of our legacy neighborhoods, and then we regularly attend, our community engagement team regularly attends standing neighborhood meetings, and then there were distributions at a number of business stakeholder meetings to encourage people. So as we go back out, we can report back out through those standing relationships.
This is really extraordinary, thank you.
Oh, well, thanks to the team. It's been a
Thank you.
team effort all the way.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
amazing.
Don't walk
What a
away.
powerful tool. I know that was hard work to pull that together, too. So like 8% of your citizens responded to this survey or something like that. I mean, that is, oh, wow.
I'm trying, Dawa, sorry, I missed did
Yeah.
we tell people to put their zip code in or something like that when they,
Oh, yeah.
So it was not restricted
to just city residents?
mic, but it was not restricted
Just the city city,
but we do have demographic information about zip code.
Yeah, because Bo, one of the things that we enjoy here in Asheville is many people weighing in on what Asheville should do that might be in North Dakota. So that's just part of it.
Yeah, a very well-informed, worldly citizenry. I just wanted to check in with you all. That was the conversation and the things that we learned from Dawa's presentation. Think about what we talked about with the council meeting in December 10th. Think about what you heard from the boards and commissions. Just, first, I'm going to ask you in a minute if there's something missing, but first I just wanted to take a minute. What really struck you here? And I heard a little bit about that around infrastructure and is there anything that really struck you in the things you've heard here from Dawa and the other conversations we've had?
I feel like it just highlights how our most vulnerable are made more vulnerable in a disaster like this. You know, some of what you were saying, Antoinette, about food scarcity just becomes even scarier and more scarce
that's
in
a
a
universal
disaster.
truth, isn't it?
Yeah, and with rents and housing costs so high, when you don't work for 6 weeks, it's even worse. So I think that becomes clear. Also, I feel like seeing 82% of our community saying that they want us to maintain a sustainability focus in land use planning. It shows me the community I know that we care a lot about each other as people and we care a lot about the environment.
Yeah, that's right. Anything else? Anthony, I saw you were thinking. I could tell you were thinking about something there. Oh, well, that means you're all thinking the same way. That's great. Shanika, anything that struck you?
No, pretty much the same thing. Even in the midst of vulnerability, you would think people would want to build back quick.
Yeah,
But I
right.
think they're taking into consideration that that climate disasters will be ongoing, and they'll probably increase. So even in the midst of their distress, they are considering resilience.
Yeah, that's right. Again, smart people. Bo, anything strike you, surprise you? Or that you felt really confirmed something you thought was important? Two questions.
I think everything feels, what I've been hearing out in the community. It was interesting to see the BIPOC folks who took the survey really looking for affordable housing, which is something that we are actively discussing. So that was surprising, but also important.
Yeah, that's right.
We have done a lot of planning and conversation around this, and we, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, had a conversation with folks about adopting or stated climate emergency. And it's been really hard to talk to folks before this about an existential threat when folks' daily apocalypse is being able to keep a roof over their heads and feed their kids. So some of these crises predate Helene. We had disparities that predate Helene. But the existential threat of climate change is on our front doorstep, and we see it. And I've felt that
I know in
pressure.
conversations I had with you, it's like so ironic, isn't it, that Asheville, in some regards, was a place for retreating from climate change challenges, and yet here it is, it's hitting you. I mean, people used to come here to get away from the heat.
And as a human family, I think the idea that we'll escape this unscathed is becoming a reality that's not possible. So we have to work together. But one of the things that was striking in this survey was the 71% that were like, get rental assistance and mortgage assistance done. I think the pressure to get from funding allocation to funding on the ground and preventing evictions, that bridge has not yet been fully crossed, and I think the demand is high. Since we had this survey fairly recently, it shows me that even 4 months in, we have work to do on
Got a
that.
good Post-it notes going up right now on that. Thank you. Anyone else? Anything missing in the things that you've heard here?
I guess I want to name diversifying our economy such that we're not so dependent on one arm that we become disabled when it falters.
I heard that from you all. Almost
Yeah.
all of you mentioned that. In one fashion or another, I heard that from every single one of you.
Same.
I do think early on, I noticed that our biggest gap, and I don't know why we would have already solved it before this, but our biggest gap was actually the housing coordination. And I'm not sure that it's a city responsibility to take that on, but with our collective partners, it seems like, you know, I mean, I know it's up there in many forms, but just giving more voice to, we really need to have a plan for that aspect, because we've had several disasters, whether it was COVID and then 2 years later, the South Asheville water crisis that affected everyone. And now, I mean, it's like every 2 years, we're having a disaster to manage, and each time it had an impact on housing and emergency housing needs. And we haven't quite flushed that out or tied it together. Not that
And
it's
emergency
false
housing
solely.
needs and affordability.
Yeah, I mean, a response
Yeah.
is really, I mean, we're doing everything we did. We did great, but if we had a plan, I wonder if it'd be different and involved community partners and was just there and ready should something happen.
Housing is such a complex
Yeah.
challenge because many people consider it an infrastructure, but it's an infrastructure that's so unique because it's not a government function necessarily. The government can play a role, but it's mostly the private sector that addresses the bigger issues around it and some of the challenges it created. So those partnerships that we're going to talk about as we go forward are going to be really critical to that, which I think is what you acknowledged, Sage.
I really like, actually, what Sage said around that. Kind of like the city has its own emergency fund. It would be interesting, like, if we had like almost a EOC kind of set emergency, like, what happens if this happens again? And Evelyn, Grace, all of our community partners actually have, you know, $100,000 that they have set aside for when our city manager or mayor enacts a state of emergency that can be activated, boom, right then and there. That would be awesome.
And maybe better housed at the county, just saying, but, you know, for a group of us to team up on it. I don't know that we can just do it all, but.
I think you're on, and what are EOCs? EOCs are coordination.
Right.
So you're kind of, you might not be the lead on it, but you can certainly be a part of bringing that collaboration together. We've struggled with this at the state level and the federal level. The cities all across the country have dealt with housing challenges. I think that the fact that there's not a housing department at the state level is a particular challenge. But the mayor and I were talking, the state is beginning to get more and more engaged on housing recovery. And I think that you're going to see, I guess they're working on a bill today in the legislature. Yeah, cross our fingers. So I think you're going to see the state and the team that they put together under Governor Stein really talking about housing. So there's some real opportunities for your voices to be heard in those conversations too.
As far as something that might be missing, but I'm hearing come up in my colleagues' comments is, these are kind of these are framed as what needs to be done. And I'm hearing a lot about the how of what is coordination. You know, we have this continuum of care to address our unhoused folks, and that's a how thing because it's a complex community system. And for housing, what does that look like? We've had really effective housing coalition work, and what are those structures given the complexity? So.
I think that's an important thing, and when we structured this gathering, this is a building process. Right now, you're learning from each other, you're sharing information. And over the course of the rest of this retreat, we're going to start doing more of that. And we're going to continue to give you opportunities to think about the how And the who. I think that's a really, really important thing. I'm looking at Deborah and I'm thinking she has to manage, hundreds of employees that are already working 16-hour, 14-hour, 12-hour days, 6 days a week. We need to think about the who as well. That's an important part of it. What do cities do best? What do other people do better? Those sorts of questions. That's into the how.
And Bo, I think when we get to the part of the agenda that talks about partnerships,
Yes.
that might be an
Yeah.
opportunity for you all to embellish.
Precisely.
and
Really
identify.
dig in on that, right?
Yeah.
Who are the resources we're going to leverage?
Because this has to be a community response, and whether we have that capacity today, we need to identify what's the capacity we need to build in the community, and I think that that will help us in terms of future recovery efforts and how all the pieces that are needed for.
Future recovery and the current
To strengthen our
recovery. Yeah.
opportunity to recover.
That's right. Excellent. Anything else that we want to touch on here? You're talking to folks in the community. Does this all ring really true? Is it right on target? Or is there something you're hearing, some of the council, in conversations like, my neighborhood sends me to do a job, and part of that job is to listen to them. So is there anything else you're hearing from folks that maybe you haven't heard here?
One of the things that I was hearing last night and very early this morning was a reminder that we need to celebrate our accomplishments. Milestones are important and help us mobilize to keep moving forward. And
Wait a minute, get all that down. We're done, thank you.
right? Wouldn't that be nice? And the rain, even last night, folks were noticing the rivers moving up. They were noticing the stormwater mitigations all clogged up. They're afraid of the trees that barely were standing up, falling on their houses. So we still have neighbors that are in response mode while we're planning for what it looks like to be healed. People are still hurting. And so I just wanted to name that. I felt it and I heard it, literally.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if the PTSD is the right thing to refer to, but that's real. That's real.
Well, if you you're still getting a roof repair because the long list of roof repairs means the roofer still hasn't shown up, the leaks happened today. They happened this morning. So it's
Yeah.
just a reality.
I literally talked to my dad this morning, and the leak in the roof that was repaired didn't work.
One thing I'm hearing is public safety and making sure that we're not taking our eye off of public safety around our parks, in the Biltmore Village. And, but not only that, making sure that, a lot of equipment that our public safety folks were using are now used. And so making sure that that equipment is replaced and replaced even better, that they have the technology to go out there and save lives for the next disaster, whether it be a wildfire, a landslide, or a flood.
That's good. So you're hearing that from talking to your first responders.
Well, and just the citizens.
The citizens in general.
I probably get an email or two a day about public safety issues somewhere in the city. So that's a big thing as we move forward.
We still hear, especially in the areas that, like Biltmore Village and the RAD, where there's not lighting still, or, there's just not a presence of people, but so it's initially we had some looting issues, but this is still just kind of a, folks will say they came through and took all the copper, or they took, so that kind of thing, just trying to keep these properties safe since they're not staffed and active right now.
That's important.
That's just one of the pieces of it.
Maybe I was kind of scanning the list up there, and I don't know that I see this directly, but keep talking to us, keep listening to us. Like, since we've been in this retreat, we received an amazing presentation and set of slides from something called URAD, a group of RAD businesses and residents that have essentially laid out a plan, it's in your email, about what they'd like to see. It's quite extensive and impressive. But I think that hints at what I'm getting at, like, it's not just us, and it's not just this initial input. It's keep talking to us, keep checking in. How do our needs change and evolve?
So now everyone's looking at their emails because you
Well,
said that.
wait till break, but it's pretty outstanding.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're going to take a
yeah.
break, just a couple minutes here. Shanika, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I can see it in your eyes. You had something to
Yeah,
say.
I was trying to sequence it in my head, but while this is a conversation that's focused on Asheville, I often think about our neighbors, Swannanoa, Mitchell, all the surrounding counties. So I'm thinking about this whole conversation being more regionally focused. At the onset of the storm, you know, our infrastructure really depended on regional infrastructure in order to get resources in. So all of these things that we have listed, if we had it on a more regional focus, then we'll be more resilient as an entire community.
That's right.
Being the Western North Carolina community, because oftentimes I feel that, you know, there is a little resentment from my county neighbors, because Asheville is always spotlighted, and I don't want us to appear as hoarders, because I know we have the heart of benevolence. So I'm just wondering how we can take leadership in carrying these priorities into our region, and then do a reprioritization so that we make sure that our county neighbors have the assistance.
Never underestimate the impact of you reaching out to those communities. They will be so appreciative of that. Just in talking to them, powerful. I've done work around the state, and when Durham reaches out to Hillsborough about some of the challenges they have, it's huge. It's huge, because you are that center, and they really appreciate that. All right, we're going to take a break in a minute, but before we do, is there anything else that you wanted to add to this? I don't want to cut it off because this is really helpful. All right. Emily, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and Emily's going to lead a discussion, and we're going to actually get you to doing little breakouts and have an opportunity to talk with each other. It's critical, it's important. We're going to have an opportunity to talk about a vision for recovery, which is the classic, you got to have a vision. I think people are asking for it. We heard it at the boards and commissions, a vision, and then we'll start taking things down, giving you a chance to spend more time with each other, sort of utilizing some of the things we've talked about here. Anything else you want to add to that?
I don't think yet. We're going to have you working in pairs.
Yeah, talk
We're
about
going to have
that.
you working in pairs a few times today and tomorrow. We're not going to police you and make assignments of who talks to who, but just be mindful about who you're working with. Try to work with different people. Don't always be working with the same person.
Keep rotating, right. We're not going to do count-offs and tell you to go, you go there, you go there. We're going to count on you to sort of make sure you take the opportunity, this unique opportunity, really, to sit down with your colleagues and make sure you're moving around and getting perspectives from everyone.
And if our lovely staff would be so kind as to clear the ends of the table, because we're going to have the groups working on the end caps.
Oh, yeah, okay. So when we come back, Emily, do you want them to come back and go ahead and go to the?
Let's just come back to where you are.
Okay, we'll come
and
back.
then we'll split.
Okay, good. All right, good. Awesome. Great. So we'll see you in, what, 10 minutes?
10 minutes. 10
So that'll be 10:50. We'll be right here.
All right, so coming back into the room, covering what we've done so far this morning, we looked at some of the amazing accomplishments that you all have had together, some amazing stuff here. And then we talked about all the voices that we've heard. So from our boards and commissions session we had last week, Dalwa gave an amazing presentation of the very beginning of the Asheville Recovery Priorities Survey Summary. More to come on that. You all had your council working session back in December where you started to think about some of the things that are really important to you all around recovery. So we're going to take all those things and start putting them together. And we're going to start with a recovery vision. So you all have a vision statement for Asheville. It talks about where it is that you want to go, what it is that you're going to build for your residents, and what you hope to provide to your community. And it helps to give you that picture of where it is that we're all working together. What's that end goal that we share collectively in mind? We're going to build a vision specifically for recovery. So this is thinking about at the end of our recovery process, this is what we're working towards. this is what we want our community to look like. So we took all that input, and instead of having you all start from scratch, we're going to give you 3 draft statements, which you see on the board to my left, to your right, and then also on the screen behind me. Also, in your workbooks that we're going to have you working on in a few minutes, you'll see those draft statements. Yes, thank you, Vanna. Stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So there's note sheets for all of our different segments if you want to jot anything down that you're hearing and just think about later. But for this segment, we're going to have you working in 2 pairs and 1 trio to talk to each other about these visions. So first start your conversation by what do you like from these, what do you not like from these draft ones that we've given you. Right, they're not perfect. We don't live y'all's lives. We're not the representatives and the voice of the community you all are. So tell us that we're wrong, right? It's great. We love to hear it. After you talk about your likes and dislikes for these drafts, work together to come up with one statement that you both agree on, or the 3 of you in the trio, agree on represents that vision for where Asheville is going. Before I actually break you apart, what questions do y'all have?
Give that very last instruction again.
Yeah.
Work on a statement that says what?
That says where you want Asheville to be working towards in recovery. What is it that you hope this community looks like at the end of the day when you're recovered? It's supposed to be short and simple.
These are some samples of how that.
Yes, these are some samples, and short and simple is the key here. I know the one that you have for your city is a bit more robust. This is something that, think about all the partners that you're going to have involved in this. This is something that they want to champion and think about too. So you want it to be really memorable for them, memorable for the residents, and representative of your community. Does that help? All right, so like I said, we're not going to assign groups. We're going to put you into 2 pairs and 1 trio. So we're going to have a pair here, a pair on this side of the U, and then we have a table set up over on this side of the room for our trio. So these are conversations just for you all to have together. Try to think together as you create this, listen to and understand each other's perspectives and where you're coming from, and work together to build these. These conversations aren't mic'd. We're not listening. We're going to come back together and do a debrief after we give you all some time to work together, okay?
So pick your first dance partner.
Make eye contact with each other. You know how it goes. Like you're back in high school picking your group partner.
Yeah,
you can
do.
pick
You're
it.
on your own. You're on your own. So 3 of
Y'all the
you.
trio, so y'all head back over to that table. And just raise your hand, give us a shout if you have any questions as you get started. From your paired and your trio conversations, and let's start in the same order that y'all worked. So tell us, what did you like from these statements? What are some things that you feel like go along with the themes that we've heard through the beginning portions of our day? What qualities strike you? What do you like? What do you like from these? So I know that you all may have crafted your own, and we'll get to those in a couple minutes. But I want to talk about the qualities that we like from these ones, and then we'll talk about what's missing from them next.
So as a teacher who works with a lot of kids who build Lego sets, I appreciate that you provided some foundational parts to build, but we might not have built the set that you designed us for.
Well, our group just added a Lego.
I was particular to the one that started with recover, because I felt like the others are maybe more general and something we might adopt currently, like before the disaster. However, that one seemed more intentional.
So that recovery quality.
And we love the with purpose portion.
Other things you all liked.
I like you starting off a United Asheville, because to me, I can see that on a bumper sticker. And then whatever is after that is like the action. But I think the thought is that we're moving as a unified body.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. I know both talked about like a banner.
I was trying, I saw a banner.
Right next to less turbidity, more clay.
Yeah. Other things you liked? didn't you like? What's missing? If that leads into, sharing the ones that you built, that's okay.
Some of the things that we've been discussing as an organization for a few years, acknowledging the disparities that existed before Helene and were exacerbated by Helene, is what's missing is our core value of equity. What that means is racial equity, class equity, economic equity, a city that works for people regardless of their ability status, their housing status. So it seemed like there was a lot to add, and also appreciating the limitations of trying to land it in a way that's actionable is important. Does that reflect what you were thinking?
Yeah, we originally started getting more detailed and then zoomed back out, thinking we would get into some more detail in the future ones, but we didn't have too many things we didn't like. I actually thought united was a challenging word for me, and sometimes I don't think we're always united, and I was thinking in my head, I was replacing it with together, because we're going, but we're going together.
Yeah.
We may not be united.
Yeah. Are there things you all didn't like, didn't strike you as well? Areas for improvement?
It wasn't written up there, but we talked about, I feel like the tag of Build Back Better is so common that it doesn't mean a lot to me anymore personally. And so it wasn't necessarily there, but it's an obvious one for a vision statement, and
Someone claimed that already.
yeah, it just doesn't, we talked a lot about feeling it and being inspired by it, and those words didn't connect for me.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the ones that you all crafted together. What did y'all come up with?
I'll go first. In the spirit of partnership, we did have a thought partner, so we used ChatGPT. And we actually placed the statements that you gave us in ChatGPT and ran it a few times, and I think we landed with rooted in resilience, rising in unity, and ready for tomorrow.
Say it again. Rooted in resilience.
Rising in unity, and ready for tomorrow? Or ready for tomorrow? Yeah.
Props to ChatGPT. That's awesome. That's a great one. That's so powerful. Well, yeah. You give it that prompt and you tell it exactly what to do. You facilitated that, right? Okay. What about y'all's group? What'd y'all come up with? What's your Lego, your brick you added?
I don't know if we need to go now.
We like that one now. I mean, all we did was add a word. We chose recover with purpose, rebuild together with resilience. Together was the word, but we like this one now. We'll go with the latest edition.
Bo came up with the headline of Repair with Care. And we kind of dug into what that means. Using the Legos that we have here and bringing some from our collections of Heart and Mind. We have Repair with Care means implement our data-driven, community-engaged plans to address existing and exacerbated disparities for a stronger, more resilient community for everyone.
Brilliant, but you ignored the short instruction.
Well, they have the headline, the repair with care.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so repair with
Didn't get
care.
the whole rest of it.
Yeah, and then there's the fine print.
Sure.
Just want to point out that ChatGPT uses much more brain power than our own brains. But we came up with that with 20 watts of brain power. And, so ChatGPT uses much more.
And water, and electricity, and fossil fuels.
So it sounds like we're kind of moving towards a little bit of consensus in this, the rooted in resilience, rising in unity, ready for tomorrow. How does that sit with you all? Is that the vision? Do you see your partners Like, yes, I want that for Asheville. I am encouraged by that. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be involved. Does that do it?
I was just thinking, I need my glasses to make sure. What did you write under rising in unity? What is that word?
Rooted in resilience, rising in unity.
It says or as one. So you
Yeah.
added that language, so I just wrote down what you were
Yeah.
saying.
And then ready for tomorrow. Yeah.
Like, I feel that one. Did y'all use like the inspirational option that you did?
I didn't know there was a. Yeah, I mean, you could do like the.
So like, I feel that one.
Yeah, I do too. Will the residents, or will they be like, oh,
Could add the headline to that one, too, their headline with that.
Well,
Partial to rooted, something about the word I
I
always
love
use.
rooted, that's what I was saying.
So you must have already written something in the past.
No,
or
it-
somebody
you
that had,
put those in
that
there.
had rooted, but if you went on your.
it's in your algorithm.
Start with you.
It was on her. Okay. So you do. Oh.
Rooted is the foundation, growing.
We had discussed early on where equity and sustainability live in it. And then was reminded that we're also gonna have guiding principles, so the vision, we really wanted to be inspirational, and we wanted to be like a tag, and like, could this be a bumper sticker? So.
I've been asked to remind you all to speak in your microphones.
With them on.
With them on, that helps.
All right, are there tweaks we need to make to that? Do we like the as one over unity? Are there any people who, like, I don't like this one? I don't feel it? Or do we feel like this is the direction?
Let me just make sure I understand what's happening. So so rising in unity is kind of gonna be our, or is it all three of those?
It's all three.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Does it capture your, I know I don't have a microphone, does it capture the essence of what you were discussing in terms of repair with care? Is that in here? I mean, it's also an R, not to make it longer, but I want to make sure that we get the essence of what everyone's conversations were about.
I think the rising in unity piece really captures that. Kim, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, I'm like imagining I'm on the bus route on the way home from this meeting, and I see this plastered on a bus overhead, and does it say what we're doing? Rooted in resilience, rising in unity, ready for tomorrow. I think it's the intentions of this body and this organization, but often I wonder if it translates to the people who are impacted, and I don't see the repair part in there. Does it mean there's room for a fourth and just put repair with care?
I have a similar response or feeling because I liked that first one that started with recover because it was such a statement. I mean, that's what we're doing, recovering. So maybe it's recover and repair.
So what if we did repair with care, recover with each other, or recover together, or, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, could do that. The other thing I was going to say is replacing either one of these with recover could work, right? Recovering in unity, recovering for tomorrow.
With the repair concept, we also talked a lot about rebuilding as a word, because there's a boatload of building. The repair with care, is that a cousin to rebuilding, or is there more that you can explain about what, it almost sounds more people-centered, but there's a rebuilding as well.
Yes, and it's both, or the way that we were discussing it, both repairing our roads, our bridges, our infrastructure, but also, there's a lot of people who went through trauma, so repairing that emotional pain, the psychological pain, economic pain. And I think we tried to capture also that many of these things were already existing and then exacerbated, so now we're coming about it even stronger. And with more data, right, than probably we would have ever had before.
I was also thinking of the eastern hellbender salamander. The comment period to add it to the endangered species was closed on Tuesday. So we aren't the only species in our mountain home whose habitat was devastated by Helene. And so bringing us into like a shared mountain home seems important. And I think that fits in resilience and readiness for tomorrow, but it just, part of it is missing what just happened.
What if it was recover with care, rooted in resilience, rising in unity, ready for tomorrow?
I like rooted in resilience, rising in unity, repairing with care. Rooted in resilience, rising in unity, repairing with care.
No, ready for tomorrow.
Just to chime in, the ready one really speaks to preparedness in a way that I like, but I think I want all of them.
Yeah, why don't we end
we
with
just-
ready for tomorrow?
Right. That's very much the.
Could you put up?
Yeah.
Because it
So I
has
can
to
read
have
Well,
a certain
rising is
flow.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
too.
3 is better than 4, 5 is better than 4. Just the way our. There's a certain cadence that comes with it.
That's what they're saying.
So 5 things is better than 4 things, but 3 things is better than 4. So if we're going, put it in ChatGPT and what are we seeing when we put them all together?
So, I don't know if this is even close, but together we rise, rooted in resilience, rebuilding with care, ready for tomorrow.
Everything has to start with an R at the beginning. No, I'm serious.
Rising
What about
together.
repairing for tomorrow?
With the care, I think the care was.
Yeah, the care.
Group wordsmith.
Here, Emily,
Yeah.
Emily can read what she said.
Rooted in resilience, rising in unity, repairing with care, and ready
And
for
ready
tomorrow.
for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the
That's
things
what
that
you
matter have to be rooted, rising, ready, repaired.
Just don't put Rashville at the end.
Okay.
We're going to be,
Rising, pairing, ready.
Yeah.
All right, Susie, you worked at Procter and Gamble and worked with Walmart and all those sort of, what do you think? What do you think of that?
I mean, I see, yeah.
It does feel that, and it feels.
And I see a rooted, rising, repairing, ready bumper sticker.
It's also
I mean,
energy.
I see that.
There's energy involved.
Yeah.
Does it get the essence of the conversations that you had? Is anything missing from that?
I like it.
Check.
I work in a legislative building sometimes, and sometimes when you have a deal, you take it.
All right, so are we sold?
Wow.
All right, awesome. Well, I am going to hand it back over to Bo.
All right. We're, this is going to be a different conversation, but I think related. And what we want to do now, as Emily has pointed out several times, we're building this retreat. Tomorrow, you're going to spend some time really digging in deeper. But right now, we want to take a minute and think about what are and the term I'm going to use, and I think when I worked with, Deborah's not here, but, oh, there she is. We talked about using the same terminology that's been used. So right now, that you've used in the past, right now, we're going to talk about guiding principles. And I think that fits well with the way that you've done things in the past. We're going to work with you to define, and you don't want to have too many of these. And I've talked to each of you individually, and we've contemplated some of these things. If there was, when we were talking about the vision, you may have thought of some things that maybe better should be a guiding principle. And guiding principles are something like when we're working on streetlights. There's something about the guiding principles. One of those might be sustainability. That's a guiding principle. Or another guiding principle might be a loaded word like efficiency. Your recovery is based on efficiency, and that pulls in all the ideas about leveraging external resources, thinking about staff constraints, things like that. So these would be 4, 5 maybe terms, concepts, principles that would help guide the process going forward and all the work that we do. Some of the things, and then, I've talked to each of you, so the environment is important, sustainability is important, resiliency is important. So with that in mind, we're gonna go, I think, Emily, we're gonna go back into pairs and just have you take some time in your workbook. I believe you've got it in your workbook. You've got it right in front of you there. We're gonna break you into you're gonna self-police into different. Okay, so your guys are feeling really good about yourselves right now, I know. Break up into your work groups and just work through that. And we'll be available to talk with you as you work through that. Anything else you want to add to that, Emily? I think.
I'll be honest, I was writing the recovery vision while you were introducing it, so I didn't catch up.
Okay.
But yeah, these things that you want to be in and seen in everything you do related to recovery, whether it's fixing a road or working directly with the community. These are things that you want the city to represent as you're going out into recovery.
And then the next conversation will be about the focus areas for recovery. But right now, these are the guiding principles, things that should be considered in your actions going forward. Universal considerations.
Do we by any chance have our city guiding principles somewhere that we could reference?
I'm sure we can pull up the internet and find those.
Okay, yeah, then I'll just look. What are,
I don't know if we want to. All right, so
I'll
I'm
find
going to
it.
ask you to self-select into the breakouts again. A couple here, a couple there, and then 3 over in the corner over there.
and how long do we have for this one?
12 minutes.
12 minutes. Are we coming up with words or statements?
All right, thanks. We'll wait for the mayor for a second, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each grouping to put one out. And before we move to the next one, we'll just say, is anyone having something similar? And then we'll move to the next group. Which one from your group? Does anyone have anything similar? Would I get in trouble if I started without the mayor?
No.
Did I get the green light, Madam Vice? Yep. Okay, good. All right. So I'm going to start right here. Maggie, give us one.
One, okay. We had resilience.
Resilience, oop.
Jesus Christ, right. Resilience and sustainability, prioritizing environmental economic resilience.
Does anyone have anything similar? Kind of?
We had a little addition, I guess. We had restore and maintain economic uniqueness.
Okay, so, yeah.
Economic uniqueness, yes, I feel like we have a thriving local economy here. It's a little bit different than a lot of cities, so we
Yeah.
wanted to add we wanted to add uniqueness.
Did you guys have anything similar to, we're getting it up there. There we go, resilience and sustainability. Similar? Oh, yeah, sorry. You're not sitting in your group, so. Anything similar?
Yes, we have resilience.
Okay. All right.
And sustainability. And sustainability.
We're so aligned.
We had them together, yes.
All right. Well, that's okay. I'm going to go to
Can they talk about the link they see between those two?
resilience and sustainability. Yeah. How do the two fit together?
I mean, when we were talking about it, we started with sustainability as that, to me, and like the communities I serve, really represents where the environment lives in this. But I don't know that that word speaks to all the communities. Sustainability could just mean like sustaining being mediocre, like it could mean something different. And so we wanted to signal that resilience, there's human elements to this, but there's also environmental elements to this. And so you don't want to just sustain business as usual, you want to be resilient, but sustainability felt like a word that really signals the environment in a way that a lot of community members connect to.
Anyone else? How these fit together? I mean, in the economic world, resilience and sustainability speak too.
Yeah, it pairs to both. I mean, like sustainability is that triple bottom line, three-legged stool, people, planet, economy.
So, pretty solid, huh? All right, I'm going to pick up another one. Somebody, what's the other? I can't remember the groups now.
I had layered ours onto hers, but I see now that they're very separate. So maybe we'll just throw out our, we could change the words a little, be like restore and maintain our unique economy. Is that easier to digest?
Restore and maintain our unique economy. Restore and retain our unique economy. Maintain our unique economy.
I wonder too if there's like
a little
a
deeper.
friendly amendment to it, or I
Yeah.
don't know, I don't know,
Oh,
but
no,
like,
no.
there's like, there's like our unique economy, our unique culture. There's a vibrancy, a specialness to Asheville. So like I see it for our economy, and I know like we've talked a lot about it, but there's something else there. Like we can recover and pave over the sides of our rivers, and we could recover and get back extremely quickly, which we talked a lot, that quickness
good,
isn't necessarily
yeah.
there, but like there's a uniqueness that we want to maintain and grow our culture, that the uniqueness needs to
So
be
that
there.
sounds
I think we
more like
accept
a,
your amendment.
yeah. So that's a
But
broader use
our
of the word
uniqueness,
unique.
maybe, with these sides of economy, culture, et cetera. Yeah.
Sort of leaning in on your identity.
I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment. So, yeah, there's something about the maintaining the economy. I feel like grow the economy, energize, enhance. I think someone spoke to diversifying our economy, and that's kind of what I feel, coming back even stronger.
What we want you to focus on is the principles. So when we think about, it's not that you're wrong in terms of what you're thinking, but when we think only about economy, that might be a what you're going to do and a priority, which we're going to talk next, right after lunch, I think is on the agenda.
correct.
So here it's maintaining uniqueness, focus on growth and building. I can't remember the other words you just used.
I think growth kind of
Growth,
hits
so that
it,
would be
yeah.
a principle for, we're thinking about growing in doing it. So you would apply these to all of your different priorities.
I have
That
a
makes sense.
curiosity from our table with Antoinette and Maggie is, how does this touch fit or not with our community-centered?
Community center recovery is what you're talking about.
Community-centered recovery could be like our local economy, it's our neighborhoods, it's our, like, what my hope was that a community-centered recovery would be, it could be at the neighborhood level, and it could also be regional, because Shanika spoke earlier to a regional leadership, so community at the micro and macro level.
Yeah.
So community being the principal
Community
Community
center.
center.
Community centered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and micro and macro.
To add on to the growth point, just to bounce back a minute, I feel like there's a lot of like human growth and heart growth in that one too. That connects to me of like, we're all going through a lot right now, and hopefully it can result in growth, not just sustain trauma. So I like that, I like the principle, and it can apply in a lot of different places.
Yeah, in social work, we have a saying that crises often lead to opportunity and growth. We had something at the I thought was important, and that was innovation.
Innovation.
Is that related to growth, or is that its
I
own
would
thing?
say separate, yeah.
That was one of the existing city core principles that we decided to take off the list, right?
It's a new day.
Yeah, we had an interesting discussion around innovation, which
Well,
might not be where I land, but the idea of like, it almost harkens to some of what we were talking about at the very beginning of today, like, yes, innovation would be fantastic. Can we also just do base level implementation? You know, so it's kind of
Right.
this tension of creativity, but then it also could be like, we don't really have an established green infrastructure program, for example, and that could be innovative for us, and we need to do that. So I'm torn. I see this one.
I was a little more, I was trying to blend the pragmatic with innovation, not like, let's develop whole new programs and whole new, it was how can we do the things that need to get done with innovation in mind. I mean, maybe the same old way of doing it is to be revisited. So, you know, that was more the,
Oh, so that was more, we were talking about efficiency with recognizing resource constraints. So innovation is a way to overcome those challenges.
And creativity.
I also heard around our table when we were discussing innovation was like, I think our community's asking us to stop, imagine, and start implementing with intention, because we heard from the survey that folks are willing to go slower if it's better. But they don't want us to come back at them with another survey, another plan. It's like, it's time to do the things that we promised we were gonna do and to deliver.
Yeah.
yeah, and in my sense of innovation was much more internally focused. Just kind of like, how do we more efficiently and effectively do the things that need to get done? I mean, the things that have to get done in the next several years in this city took tens of years to get to this point, and we cannot take that long to redo them in a way that's better. So there's gonna have to be some innovation in the way we approach it.
And I think that's already happening. I mean, we have the FAST team that has been
Exactly.
set up.
Very good.
We have worked with FEMA to cut
Go with it. It's awesome.
our flood assistance support team. Right? And so that is what I'm talking about. That's innovation. We have worked with FEMA and our federal government to cut red tape, to make our applications easier for our folks to fill out. That is what I'm talking about, innovation. The government and the city should work for the people, and that's what we mean by innovation. Not imagining new things, but how can we make the things that are already there work better?
It's like Asheville Scrappy.
Asheville Scrappy. Asheville Scrappy. I like that. That's what I
You got tingles.
We had another bucket, accountability, transparency.
Accountability, transparency.
We like both words.
Literally, you literally had that bucket. Wait a minute, we had two buckets that were literally in at least two places. And that is resilience and sustainability, and accountability and transparency.
There might be another bucket missing. We had equitable and inclusive.
We have the same one.
Hey.
That both said that.
But the equitable and inclusivity portion could go under community-centered.
There you go.
We did not take that off, we just incorporated.
Yes, I'm only, yes, I'm only. I'm sort of only half joking, but I mean, I know a lot of people are being careful about that.
As long as you know what it means.
Right.
All right, let's look at this together for a moment.
There's
Anything?
6.
There's 6.
So are we missing something? Anything else that was on your lists?
Only word missing for us that didn't fall somewhere was engagement and engaging, which is kind of in their community-centered, I guess, but our community really likes to hear that word.
Responsive and community-centered? I don't know. You start doing that where you start adding words and, yeah.
So do you all feel like community-centered has that collaborative, a piece of it
Or-
embedded there?
You had one.
Well, we had collaboration as a standalone, so it's, because critical to all this work will be lots of collaboration that happens, whether it's private partners, whether it's individuals or groups or nonprofits or the federal government or the state or the county or you name it, Dogwood Health Endowment, whoever. There's going to be us together. That's right. That's right. So anyway, we have that.
You had that as a separate piece, or as it part of?
We did.
It
Because
is
it's- I think
different.
it's
I
not
hear what
only
you're saying, and
community.
we talked a lot about, like, Kim brought the word mutuality in, we talked about partnership, we talked about collaboration. They're different,
Leveraging.
though, like, we won't be able to do this without collaboration with federal agencies. That's different.
Collaboration and,
That's different than being community-centered, you know? And so, we could probably word soup it so it's all in one little bullet. But
That's not the
there's
point.
nuance.
We had some similar things around, like leveraging and building.
yeah, leveraging.
We talked
resource,
leverage,
yeah.
too.
I have a curiosity. Can someone speak more to uniqueness and how that might fit or doesn't in community-centered that's also equitable and inclusive?
Ah, I like what you're thinking.
So we have room to put that collaborative, internal, external partnerships.
Well, I guess what we determined was it had these little side things of unique culture, unique economy.
Like the Keep Asheville Weird vibe.
Yeah, and the small businesses versus large corporations.
And so you don't see that as a
Arts and-
community-centered?
It is, but I think it can stand alone.
One's a process, one's an outcome.
Yeah,
Which is the,
uniqueness and community-centered.
which are you seeing as the process for the outcome? Is the
Community-centered feels process-oriented to me. And uniqueness or Keep
Is the
Asheville
result.
Weird is an outcome.
See, to me, community-centered is a process
Yes. We know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We were,
Same.
and an outcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same as equitable and inclusive.
Yeah.
Is a process and an outcome.
Yeah.
all right, let's just look at them together as a group for a second. Resilience and sustainability. Accountability and transparency. I'm feeling a lot of consensus around those. Uniqueness, culture, economy, small business, keep Asheville weird, sort of your identity. It's really, building on your identity. Growth. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Community-centered. And we started building on that, and then innovation. Collaboration is a standalone. Is there ways to, so how many do we have then if we? 7? That's a lot.
I feel like we could almost put collaboration as one and then community-centered, equitable, and inclusive under that. What do you guys think?
I liked the collaboration of regional, federal, I don't know.
That could,
Is the goal to reduce?
I mean, you could
five or something.
potentially, I'm just, a thought, you could
I
put
like the number
collaboration
7 too,
under
though.
innovation.
I mean, 7's a good number.
Because innovation, I mean, the go-to historically has been, oh, let's do this. No, let's get it done, but let's think how we do it. Let's think about who we can leverage, how we, and that's an innovation, that's an innovative approach to challenges. I'm just trying to think of ways to fit these together.
Under innovative, I would put efficiency as well.
Innovative, and, yeah, okay, okay.
Okay,
Efficient and effective.
got it.
Could it be innovation and collaboration together?
I don't think
No.
there's any necessity to smush them
We don't have to
together.
reduce, okay.
There's, I mean,
It
this
sounds
is
like we're
yours.
trying to
This
get
is
fewer.
yours. So at their guiding principles, and this is really thinking about how
Okay.
you're going to approach, and remember, this is for recovery. This isn't for managing the city overall and every decision you ever make. It's thinking about your efforts for recovery. What are some important considerations to be thinking about as you make choices? When we think about strategy, a strategic plan, getting to that vision, and I can't read the exact words now, but these are ways that you want to keep in mind when you think about, because we're going to move into priorities. These are kind of how you'll be together and how you'll kind of approach them. So I think the conversation we just had around innovative, it's not just do it the way we always did, let's think about the best way to do it that might be a little bit different. Or it's making sure that as we think about whatever thing you're going to do, you're thinking about the community and being community-centered, that you're thinking about who should we be collaborating with to make sure that this is done, which could be addressing some of the challenges in terms of you don't have enough staff to do everything you could ever think
I
of doing.
think
None of
that's-
us do, resource-wise, et cetera.
Can I
Thinking
ask a-
about the recovery, maintaining your unique character and identity.
Can I ask my colleagues to speak more to the growth part? Because I'm hearing that it's like, folks are going to respond to the word growth because we have a lot of different ideas, but it seems like the intention is around the human, mental, cultural, maybe for some folks it's spiritual, but maybe can you explain more?
Because I was thinking that growth would tie in also with community-centered, equitable, and inclusive growth.
So I was thinking growth as like being curious, learning from our mistakes.
Oh, well,
kind
that's
of.
innovation, right?
Okay. So maybe put growth under innovation,
Yeah.
and
I
then
think
put
that's really-
collaboration
yeah.
as one. What do you guys think?
Because some folks might be like, oh, so healing, because we had
But also
injuries before, and we're not just going to leave those injuries,
And remember, we're going to talk about
Stagnant. your
your big buckets
right?
after lunch.
Does that still fit with where you had imagined it?
Oh, yeah, yes.
This is the filter that you look at when you're doing things.
There's something that I'm hearing that I don't see up there. I feel like the word leverage is important, especially as we've been talking about collaboration. Yeah, so I'd love that to be in that collaboration bucket.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, leverage is, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah,
We
that's
had
really
leverage
important to put
too.
there.
Yeah.
And of course, leverage and collaboration are also innovative. They don't have to stand alone. This is the bucket, these are the filters you look at, that you refer to as you address things.
Did you add leverage over on the, where'd you leverage?
Put it with collaboration, leveraging partnerships,
Okay.
connections. Is that where
You
it
good?
goes, or no?
I mean, the money.
Right,
Resources,
yeah.
power, strength.
Well, I mean, it's a fact that your success is going to rely very heavily on it, leveraging external resources to recover.
And relationships, like
And that means
when you went
relationships
to
and
DC
collaboration.
in
Yeah.
November, it was a purple delegation that was leveraging our regional partnerships, so there's a
Yeah.
lot to it.
Yeah, I like it. All right, I think we're getting close.
The name for this one particularly?
You want to
Talked
read?
about a lot of words around it, like what is,
Astral Scrappy is my favorite one. I'm just kidding. Astral
like, is
Scrappy.
it just innovation, like, is that the word?
Just the scrappy?
No,
Yeah, that captures
but
what
it
all
is.
we're talking about here.
Oh, I hope so.
Just checking back in.
yeah. Okay. Community centered? All right, All right, Suzie, tell us what we got here.
What do we have? Okay. We didn't talk any more about accountability and transparency. That probably just speaks for itself, that everything you do with accountability and transparency. Anything needs to be added there? Resilience and sustainability, thinking about the environment and human. I think I also heard business.
And economy, yeah.
I would like to add strength to that. I don't see that anywhere, and that's different than resilience. Resilience, we adapt to change. Strength, we have the ability to withstand pressure, and that Asheville definitely has. We say Asheville strong, WNC strong for a reason.
That's good.
So I would like that to be strength, resilience, and sustainability, not just a side thing.
Oh, you want this on?
Heart emoji.
Like on there? Everybody good with that? Nodding, yes. Uniqueness, really focusing on our Asheville's unique identity. Culture, economy, keeping Asheville weird. Collaboration, I think we've talked about that pretty clearly, collaborating between resources, relationships, leveraging partnerships, federal, et cetera, and with working with each other internally as well. Community-centered, equitable and inclusive, in community engagement, engaging, responsive, at the micro and macro level, which kind of has some ties, I think, to working collaboratively. And then innovation, I won't read every thing up there, but with a focus on innovation. So we have 6.
All right.
Good? There's
No,
no
I think-
too many. I mean, it's, you don't
Yeah,
want.
there is- there
you don't-
is too many,
Okay,
but-
there is too many, yeah. You don't want like 75, because then you're like, wait, we got to check off this list of 75 against everything that we do. But 6.
Yeah.
There's no too many. I take that back.
yeah.
Retract.
Yeah.
There are too many, but it's
See, we
what-
can constructively disagree.
It's what's the right number, right? There's nothing necessarily for 7.
I think this is a powerful set. Are you guys comfortable with what we have here? And just think about how you would apply this.
As you're making decisions, as you're making choices.
So when we talk about the big buckets that we're going to talk about after lunch, and then tomorrow we're going to sit it together. You're going to sit and work through each of these action-oriented buckets, and you'll be sort of, oh yeah, let's think about it in those. These are sort of the set of principles that you'll filter things through. Wow.
Lunchtime.
Yeah, that's right on.
Tell us what our time, it's 12:21.
What is our time? Back here at 1 o'clock, is that okay? 1 o'clock, and we'll start digging into looking more towards forward progress, getting things done. The priority areas will be the next conversation. And so just the innovation, community-centered, collaboration, uniqueness, strength, resilience, sustainability, and then accountability and transparency. All right, good.
Good work.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys are great. Work through it. All right. Cover your priorities. All right, this is where we're going to start looking at action. This is the first step in thinking about what you're going to be doing. And then tomorrow, we're going to spend some detailed time around what we are calling, again, building on Deborah's suggestion that we use language that already exists for this group of folks. And that is, we're going to help Brad. Is there a tort action over there?
This is county property. We still in the county. I know.
All right. Back to the action. Thank you, Brad. My sidekick over here. So we want to take a moment to really dig into the big buckets, the action areas. And we spent a lot of time with you at the city council meeting in December. We spent time with our boards and commissions. We spent time with each of you individually. And we've looked at, and in fact, the survey, I think that Dawa was discussing earlier, I think was really sort of, I think, spoke to some of the things that we're trying to do here. So we want to create, these are the areas that we propose to you for your priority action areas. What are the recovery priorities? And I'm just going to jump right in and then talk, just share the 4 with you and then talk through each of these and then get your thoughts and see if where we're in the right place. We built these based on all the work we've done with you, and we suggest that we put your work in these buckets. First, people. Second, economy. Third, infrastructure. And fourth, housing. The role that the city plays in these will be different. But this is what you're telling the world. These are the areas that we're investing that we care about, that we're working on, that we're going to take action regarding. I'm going to walk through sort of what goes under that. And Deborah, I'm going to say, if it's okay, I'm going to say when we went through this very quickly with Deborah the first time, she was really concerned about people. Because cities are not human service organizations. We talked about this a little bit, Bo. But it is true that you are a city that cares about people. And I think that's an important thing to recognize. And you do, in fact, take action in recovery around people. The most vivid one that I mentioned earlier to me was the vigil. That was something that the city did. It wasn't a heavy lift for your city staff, although I'm sure some of the comm staff might disagree with that. But it was a really powerful thing that the city can do that addresses the needs of people. You do other things around people. Communications. We've talked a lot about communications. What is communications about? And you invest time and effort in that. Communications is about meeting the needs of people. And we can talk some more about that. Economy. Over and over again, I heard from you, I heard from the boards and commissions. Business recovery is critical. This is how we're going to stabilize our populations, how we're going to get people back in their homes without jobs, without businesses coming back together. I heard things like we need to think about how in recovery we can diversify our economy. So there's a variety of ways to look at the role of the city in the economy, but you're saying to the world, this is something that we care about and we're going to look and see how we can play a role in economic recovery. The third bucket is probably the easiest one, and Mayor, I heard your voice when I was thinking about this one, which is what do we do really well? And that's a critical piece for the city. I'm looking at your public works team over there and thinking about the water system. I mean, that's clearly a front and center, high priority, high level of engagement. You're a leader. There's no question about your role in infrastructure. That's where you're going to see a lot of conversation tomorrow about the role that you play around infrastructure. The fourth one is housing, and this is based on what we've heard. You saw it in your surveys. I think that was really clear that housing is really important in recovery. It's also based on our experience around disasters in other parts of the country. I'm thinking back to my own personal experience with Hurricane Floyd, where housing, over a period of 2 to 3 years, it became the most challenging piece. And then you think about some of the most recent hurricanes like Matthew and others where housing recovery has become an incredibly challenging thing. It's so central, and you heard in this story, it's so central to the recovery in your city. So the city's role may change, may be different, but the fact that you're identifying it as this is a focus area, this is a recovery priority for us, is to recover around housing. This is what we proposed. I had a chance to talk to some of you about it. I don't know if you've had a chance to contemplate it, but I'm just kind of curious if this kind of speaks to, in your mind, the priority areas. And we're going to, tomorrow we're going to spend some time really jumping in deeper on these in terms of the actions and priorities under that. But before I want to check with you, Emily, does that sound like everything covered pretty well there? A lot of work went in, a lot of thought went into putting to these. So I just want to get your thoughts. Does it make sense to you to sort of look at these buckets for your recovery effort? Yes.
I'm just going to restate the question from the conversation that you and I had yesterday, which is this by design meant to help council eventually develop strategic priorities as we normally do during the retreat? Because if so, we normally kind of wrestle with getting the words the way that we can communicate them with the public. And hearing that staff has some trepidation around just broadly people, I know
And just for qualification, they got their arms around it, and I think they were comfortable with it, if that's fair to
But
say.
I also responded, I was like, well, does that mean neighborhoods? Because earlier we talked about our guiding principles, and now we're kind of talking about like that trifecta, right, of economy, the neighbors, and the ecosystem.
Yeah.
We've also been talking about equitable, affordable housing a lot. So if we if we come out of here with just housing, we'll hear about it, good, bad, and ugly. So I'm just curious, are we trying to, are these our strategic priorities?
And there's going to be things beneath that. So affordable housing clearly will be part of the conversation.
It
around
also,
housing.
I don't see homelessness on here. So if that's a goal, that these are going to be our strategic priorities, I just want to make sure everyone was on that same page.
These are the big ones, and there's going to be action-oriented conversations beneath each of them. And yes, if you're concerned that that's not, and we can come back and look at it again, too.
So to just read.
But recovery priorities versus strategic priorities.
Yes.
So I will give a really specific example. At the Equity and Engagement Committee level, we've been talking about where our previous work plan lined up with our recovery goals, and trying to synchronize them, find those overlaps where we could get some multi-solving done. So it seemed like if we were doing that, then we would talk about what our last year's priorities were and where they might synchronize, and so we don't have to reinvent them, would be my hope.
I think that's a good observation.
And Bo, if I could chime in, maybe these are focus areas and not necessarily, I guess you could interchange and say they are priorities, but under housing, as you said, tomorrow we will drill down and have more specificity in terms of under housing as a focus area, what should be kind of our target, what should we be concentrating on in addressing
As it relates to recovery.
There's, right, as it relates to the recovery, what should we be focusing on? I don't know that we can treat this as a normal retreat. We started that out earlier.
I should have been, yeah.
And I want us, hopefully, to not think of this is the only time we're going to have this conversation around recovery. This is actually a little bit of a beginning, and we are going to continue to refine and refine over the next several months, particularly linking it with the budget process as well.
So last year, we spent a lot of time making sure that we added core services to infrastructure. Are we doing that again just straight out the gate, or?
In my mind, it goes without saying
Yeah.
that core service continues to remain a priority going forward. We can't do this if we don't shore up core services. because we can't deliver those services if we don't.
There's a lot, go ahead, Meg.
The one thing, and you and I talked about this, and this probably won't be a surprise, that I'm not sure where this lives, and I think it rises to the level of this high level is where the environment is. The reality is what we just experienced was a core piece of our natural services, of our natural community being really out of balance, and that was the river. And how the river gets rebuilt, how the river gets cared for, how we care for water from the natural environment, how we prepare for the weather systems around us. Maybe it's people in the environment, or I could see infrastructure in the environment, because the river could be seen as a
That
piece
was
of
my initial thought,
infrastructure.
was infrastructure.
But it feels missing, given it was the natural driver of this disaster, and we need to plan for, think about, and
What are the
prioritize it
guiding
in our
principles?
recovery.
I don't know if that's, so, I would look at the guiding principles would be relevant to this.
Maggie, to back you up on that, in my conversation with Bo yesterday, I was imagining infrastructure also includes our living infrastructure. A lot of folks would think about above and below ground infrastructure, so you might not think a lot about the watershed. You might think more roads and bridges. You might not think about a tree canopy infrastructure problem unless one's on your house.
Agreed. Yeah, so my hope is that it doesn't become a sub-bullet, that it becomes paired, like infrastructure and environment.
I would support that as well.
I could too.
And whew, we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you
All
do.
of these. But this feels like a really good distillation of very big picture.
And I
priorities.
think something I want to highlight something that the manager said, Deborah, sorry. This is a really important step in forward motion. But this is really, it's not, maybe not the first step, right? But it's certainly one of many steps to come, because you're embarking on a journey. This is a marathon, and we really want to try to capture forward motion that speaks to your minds, speaks to how the city is going to organize its thinking going forward, how you communicate to people about what your priorities are. And if you think about what you're presenting to the world about what Asheville's about in recovery, and you have your principles and you have your recovery priorities, I think that all fits together really well. And then you're going to continually massage it, the things that fall below those, and build. And, what's the phrase there? We're going to build the plane as we fly it a little bit, too. So we're in a new world. This is a new regime of issues and programs and relationships and partnerships. And so this is really just an important way to help start organizing forward motion around these four big buckets. Does it speak to, like, the people piece? Does it speak to you? And I think, just thoughts? Sounds good?
Yeah, because to me, under people is the community-led discussion we just had. At some point, I would love to be able to determine what we're going to do with, if one of the four priorities comes into conflict with one of the other ones, how we work through that. Does that make?
Yeah, it does. It makes lots of sense. Most importantly, does it make sense? You look at your colleagues, yeah, I think they were all, their heads were nodding.
People, I think people should stay. People, to me, is the staff, making sure that we're taking care of our city staff, compensating them well. It means taking care of mental health. So our Asheville firefighter community responder team, our community, a crisis intervention team that our Asheville Police Department has. People means taking care of our businesses and those who work there. So I would be, people's an important one.
And I think equity falls under people too.
Sure, absolutely.
One of the things that we talked about yesterday was that even though we aren't a human services organization, there are so many ways that we partner, our strategic partnership funds, our neighborhood grants, community engagement. So I think there's probably a lot of ways that we're just trying to simplify it down to one word. Is this the way that it pops off of the page? Why isn't it community and why is it people?
I was, the idea, the concept was to keep it as clear spoken as possible to relate to all the various things that the city does. Now, under people, for example, your role will be, as you said, maybe not as significant, but by the city stating this is a priority area, you can also lead other and support other organizations as part of your action that you take as well. And as city council members, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, we're going to talk about the role of city council and staff. And I mean, you as a city council member have extraordinary opportunities to speak on behalf of just people or communities or neighborhoods and support community groups and partners, both in the community and others around the region. I mean, we talked about, Shanika talked about the region, thinking about the people around the region, people that drive into work here.
That's a good point. Sometimes I feel like people is sometimes more inclusive for people who are feeling like they're not a part of a community, they're feeling isolated. We have a lot of people that are facing challenges, whether their business just got destroyed and they're feeling kind of on their own a little bit. And so I don't think it excludes community necessarily, and I'm not really wed to one word versus another exactly. But to me, I'm just sharing that people feels a little bit more like everybody to me.
What communities in that? Economy. I mean, you can't, a city, what is a city? A city is where people come together and do things together and live close to each other. The economy is at the center of, I mean, that's what cities were founded around by the guilds back in, the 600s around different economic activities. So that is a core area for the city's recovery was our thinking, and I think we heard it over and over again. The River Arch District, the small businesses. When you used to read things about like Pratt & Whitney's announcement recently, things that really speak to the economic recovery, boy, that's, without that, what else is there? I mean, that's what cities were founded around. So we felt like that was, does that fit for folks? Infrastructure and environment, I look at the smart people over there that do that stuff. I mean, that's the core for the city. Does that speak to you all pretty well? And there are partners in infrastructure too. NCDOT is such a critical partner. Public assistance funding from FEMA. Your parks are going to leverage that. And there's all kinds of work that we're going to be doing around infrastructure in recovery. So I think that's something that speaks very clearly, central role for the city. Sounds good? Housing, sounds good? Emily? It's good. All right, so tomorrow we're going to use these buckets for your breakout sessions, and you're going to have a chance to really spend some time digging into these. Thinking about actions that we can take, and then we'll be using that as part of our game plan for the next year or two. So this is, I think it's really helpful to have these. It's a good way to organize your thinking, to organize the way that the city takes action. Different levels of roles for the city, and that's what we'll talk about tomorrow as well in those different categories. I like it. Good. All right, we're going to shift gears for a moment and talk about clarifying roles and responsibilities. Thinking about the roles and responsibilities, where's Brad? There. Brad leave right at the time we needed him. Strategically left the room. That was well done. That was pretty amazing. All right, I'm just gonna, I think one of the things that in any highly effective organization, clarifying roles, understanding where you fit, thinking about efficiencies and effectiveness, I think clarity of roles is really important. Honest communications in the context of those roles. I don't think this is gonna be a lengthy conversation. And if Brad were here, I had a good conversation with him about this. And he said, yeah, the basic concept is really easy. Implementing it's not always as clear, but the basic concept in a council manager form of government is, I'm just going to read the official language from ICMA, which is the International City County Managers Association. Elected council and mayor is responsible for policymaking, and passing a budget. That's sort of the basic role for and an appointed professional serves as the city manager who oversees and directs the city staff and the daily operations of the city. And it does sound simple and basic. It never hurts to remind folks of that, and I think that's the phrase that Brad said. It never hurts to always remind folks on the roles of cities. That you have in cities. Why is that important? It's important, as I said, to have clarity, but it's also an opportunity for you to think about, so what is my role, and then what are some of the things that I can do? And we thought it would be helpful just to take a second to sort of check in with you all on that, and as you think of those roles, and some of the things that I've observed over the years working at the federal, state, and local level, thinking about my work with cities across the state of North Carolina. You also should need to be aware of some things that you are and held in super high regard by the city staff. So if, for example, you ask a question of a staff person, what are they going to do? They're going to laser focus on what you've asked them. They're going to go research it. They're going to work on it. And sometimes they may even feel like they have to take some action based on that because that's a direct communication from a city council member. Just keep in mind that they already, especially in recovery, they already had more work than they can get done. So it's just important to recognize that that communication can have a tremendous significance to those staff, and think about that, how that works. Conversely, the staff have a responsibility to be responsive to you. They have a responsibility to tell their boss what they're working on and work with the boss. So it's a two-way street there. Some of the other things I've observed over the years, I think being engaged with the staff is really important, but it's also really important to make sure that the city management team is aware that you're doing these things, that you're being engaged with them so that they can just keep in their minds, okay, this is the direction we're hearing from that city council member. We need to make sure we incorporate that in our planning and our management of the city's limited resources. So I just wanted to sort of open that up for a second to see if there are any questions or comments. Does it make sense? Brad, I don't know if we talked. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Everything I heard you say, Bo, was spot on. And I'll just remind council, this is the kind of thing when we talk about, the manager, council manager form of government, from time to time, we always start by saying, well, it sounds easy, and from 30,000 feet, it makes all the sense in the world. We're a policy board, the manager operationalize things. But when we get into the real-world application of your policies, the details become a little more interesting and difficult. So I just always want to encourage council members, just like we do with conflicts of interest, don't hesitate to reach out. It's one of the reasons that I'm here is to help you define where that role is in specific circumstances. Because as Bo said, the burden is really on you. If you are reaching out to staff is always going to be responsive to you. They're not going to be the ones to say that this is really outside of what the council manager form of government prescribes. So it's really incumbent upon you to try your best to figure out where that line is. And if you approach it and wonder, if I'm doing this right, never hesitate to reach out. And, you've probably heard this little analogy that I like to give when I define the council manager form of government to people. which is just this. Think of it as you have gone to your favorite restaurant. The restaurant is run by the city manager. You're gonna be given a menu when you walk in, and feel free to order anything off of that menu you would like. If you want, ask for something that's not on the menu. They may say we can or cannot do that. But order that, order the sides you want, order it cooked the way you want. But once that person leaves and goes into the kitchen, stay at your table. Don't go into the kitchen because that's the operational side of that governmental analogy, okay? Don't tell the manager how to cook the dish that you've ordered. And I know that that's a silly little analogy, but hopefully it's one that helps you just picture what this really means. You know, you're going to be the one to define what meal comes out. But how that's prepared, that's where the manager and staff play their role.
We do, just to take that analogy one step further, I do think that what I've always said is we'd like to help pick the ingredients because, you know, what the council dynamic with the staff, I would hope, is more robust on the front end in having that discussion around, you know, us working together, rowing in the same direction, not necessarily council sitting around waiting to see what's been cooked and then rejecting it or not rejecting it. That, to me, is an inefficient way for us to do business, and it's much more effective if we're able to do a lot more work on the front end. So the product is what we ordered, to carry your analogy forward.
That's perfect, Mayor, and I think the manager can probably speak to this better, but that's one of the things that you're doing here today is helping build that sort of understanding two-way and the relationship of having staff have a good comprehension of what it is the council wants. When you ask for item A, B, or C off the menu, we sort of know how you want that put together, and we want to have that collaborative approach so that you can continue, bless you, doing your policy work and engagement with the public while your requests are being operationalized in a way that's already understood.
And I guess another nuance, kind of complexity of council manager forms of government is that most of the time, the city manager is directed by a majority of council. And when there are individual kind of direction given, it is challenging for us to kind of wade through and understand, okay, how do I manage to take a little bit of what all seven have said and try to respond in an impactful, efficient, effective way to address all of those concerns. So it really helps us when you come together and give us direction. There's something going on there.
No, that was perfect, thank you. And I guess the only other thing I would say is, we'll have time tomorrow to talk about how we can work together better. And that's an opportunity for you to talk about how you can work together better as a city council, how you can work together better with the city administration. And there may be some things that would come out of that will be really helpful. And I can see, I feel that this was kind of oh, did we really have to talk about this? But it's important. I think it's important just to remind everyone. I'm actually going to turn it over to Susie now to sort of do a little exercise around this concept.
I've never been set up better
Oh,
than
really?
Brad set up, no, not by you, Bo.
Oh, yeah, right. I figured as much.
Setting up with the restaurant analogy. We're going to play with this a little bit and give you a way to talk about roles in a little more indirect way using metaphor or analogy, whichever you want to think, however you want to think about it. Doing some drawing. I know you said you didn't want to do anything too crazy and creative, but we're going to do a little bit of drawing. You're going to work in pairs and one trio again, and you're going to create metaphorical drawings. I'm going to give you some choices of metaphor. Restaurant isn't on my list, so it was a perfect example. And you are going to describe through drawing. I want you to physically draw, and there's no awards for artistic ability. We can all draw stick people or sketches or something, and you can label it so we know, like with some words, if it isn't clear, it's a frog or whatever it is. You're going to use the metaphor to look at the different roles that are present in kind of the running of the city. So the council, the staff, the different parts of the different departments, maybe some external partners that are critical for getting the work done. And remember, we're focused on recovery, so it's probably, kind of think about it more broadly, but we're focusing on this retreat is all about the recovery priorities and where you're gonna go. So as you think about creating, clarifying your roles, it's gonna give you a chance to have some conversation. You're gonna each pick a different metaphor, although if two groups really want the same one, that's okay. And then you're going to draw, we're gonna give you a piece of flip chart paper. If you need more than one, you can. You're gonna draw that, and then just in about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're gonna come back together and share those, and then have a debrief around, let's get some clarity around what does it look like? How does that, I guess you said, operationalize, right, when you come to those decisions? What does staff do? What does council do? What do the external partners do? We'll debrief it onto this, where we look at staff versus council, not versus, but also thinking about where you overlap, where the communication, where the connections are, just in comparison, not versus as in opponents, right? It has to be together. Where is their overlap? Where are their connections? Does that make sense? Broad instructions. You get to pick your teams. Again, we're going to have, and do we have another flip chart? We have one there, one here.
There's two right there.
Two here.
just to go on it.
Okay. So there are markers in your little buckets. We want these to be colorful and fun. So it's after lunch, get up and move and talk to each other. This is not a good time for the budget review. That's going to come tomorrow when you're wide awake. This is a time to get up and move and talk. So pick your teams. I need 3 people over there. Find somebody you maybe haven't worked with yet. And you're going to, before you run away, you're going to choose from among these metaphors, or you can choose your own. It might be running the city as a garden, as a park, as a zoo, a theater. Might be a zoo. Oh, I have that one. It could be a circus. Who are the clowns? Who are the monkeys? Who's the ringleader? Who are the lions? A solar system. So these are all systems, right? So metaphors of systems for how things work together. It could be, I didn't write this one down, but the human body is a system. When we work with corporate clients, we talk about cities. That's one of our metaphors, but let's not use that. We want to get outside of your area. It could be a forest, could be a vehicle, so it could be a physical thing, it could be a natural thing. So whatever, with your teammate, you're going to pick one of those metaphors or something else that you can think of, and draw a picture describing the roles and how all the different components and pieces work together. Focusing on roles. Clear as mud? Perfect. Find your team. Pick your metaphor. About 10 or 15 minutes. I'll be checking on you to make sure you get kind of enough juicy conversation. It's really about the conversation that you're going to have. Do you know what metaphor you're choosing over there? You're going to pick, or you can pick your own. All right, so the way we're going to do this is we're going to hear from each of the groups. You're going to present your metaphor of how the city works together. Yes, your team's going first. Do you want to come up here with your team?
Yeah, come on there.
And we're going to just present each of these, and then after we hear all of them, we'll debrief some common themes and get some clarity around roles. Ooh, okay.
I think ours is extremely clear, and the metaphor is really thorough. We have a solar system, and there are the sun, the center of it all, which keeps us, propels the whole life existence, is the people and the economy and how that works together. And then there's many planets that function in this solar system, from our business community to our neighborhood communities to us as a council. We aren't the only planet, but we're an important teammate. Sometimes some aliens come into the system and throw us all out of whack. We don't know what they're bringing, but we have to respond and react. And we think the shooting star of it all is our city manager. And
as Bo likes to say, staff are the dark matter that keeps it all together. But just like there's an inherent gravity, there's an inherent thing to pull it together, and whether it's staff.
And very powerful.
Yeah. But staff like permitting for business or doing public works or this, that, and the other, it's kind of sometimes unseen, but the whole system doesn't function unless staff are kind of keeping the solar system together. And then, was there a concept on gravity? Who was gravity?
The moons, remember you had
Oh,
the
yeah,
moons,
tell us about our
the
moons.
But what was it? About,
So our moons are, so we have kind of us as, also as council as the moon for the community. You know, if you're on a dark path walking through the forest, you kind of use the moon to guide you back on path. But also for council, we have our moons, our vice mayor and our mayor, right? They kind of help us. They are our leaders, kind of whip us together. But then we also have community leaders for each of our neighborhoods that are also the moons. So that's kind of the idea behind those.
Anything else?
No?
Any questions?
Any metaphor amendments? Would anyone add anything?
Please, the attorney wasn't a black hole. You have my support.
All right.
Thank you.
Who's next? Garden or concert? The garden. Oh. Mhm.
Is this thing on?
It
Yeah.
is.
So we are the gardeners, and we decided that we had 4 groups that played integral roles in an effective garden. Our community is the entire ecosystem. Then as city council, we are the gardeners that are in most contact with the community. So, and then we made Deborah our master gardener. And then
Deborah's
we,
liking this exercise.
and then we thought of staff as being the necessary plant beds. So what happens is, the way it works is the community is in constant contact with the city council members. And we decide then, after what we hear from community, what should be planted. So what we decide to plant are our priorities and our policies, and we ensure that everything grows in the right direction. Then we reach out to our master gardener, who is so skilled, and she manages the soil, the water, and the sunlight day to day, and to make sure that everything stays healthy and growing. And then she also tells our plant beds what different types of flowers we need. And then if everything is working together, we end up with all different kinds of flowers, but still growing in the right direction. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. What weeds? Well, that's the ecosystem. So, that's where we landed.
Okay. Emily's going to hang that up for us.
I have to give Kim credit for this creative.
Oh, gosh.
No, you gotta, she's gonna intro, I'll point.
Okay.
Hold it, okay.
Allow us to present, dun-dun-dun, the symphony.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to draw a circus, but we have such a great conductor, and our esteemed assistant city managers are the leaderships of the departments. We have the woodwinds and the brass and the strings. They play best together when we're all on the Same sheet of music. We have a robust and excited audience of residents and neighbors who are excited to hear what music we're going to present. You don't get a stage, you don't get the infrastructure, you don't get the ticketing booth and all that unless the board comes up with the money. And they are also part of the audience, as we all are. Anything to add?
I'll add some fun things. So we have it down here, of course, at the symphony. There's no clapping. There is no clapping. Only jazz hands, only jazz hands. In the front, we tried to, I'm a horrible artist. These are folks differently abled, so we've got them up front to represent some equity in viewing the city's music. Oh, and the soloists are our partners. We have Deborah here in her high heel boots. We have Aquaman, and now I'm calling you Blondie, sorry. No, I think you did good. Oh, here, we had some funny quips. When the board gets on stage with their own music, chaos ensues, and we all get booed. See, because we just jumped out of the audience. Oh, and we had a soloist that is Bo, who comes in as a general special guest and expert. That's you, Bo. Yeah. Is that it? That's it. Yes.
Awesome. So we can leave them right here. We're going to look, because we're going to look across these three. As we think about those, Bo, I'm going to give you back this one. As you think about those metaphors that you each described, what are some of the common elements that you have? And then we will start capturing kind of that. What are some of the common elements that you all captured in different ways through the different metaphors?
Deborah's the star.
Deborah's the star. The master gardener, the sun, and the shooting star. Yeah.
Well, I think we had the similar ingredients, the different groups. Whether it's council, staff, members of the public, partner organizations, it seemed like that was consistent. Oh, look at little Deborah's little star. I know. Oh, that's so cute.
What else did you notice as common themes across these different metaphors, thinking about how the city runs and gets stuff done?
If any one piece were missing, it wouldn't work.
I guess they want your microphone on, but.
If any one piece were missing, it probably wouldn't work.
Then you might go into that black hole and get sucked out into the.
I'm behind the scenes in all of these, just off stage.
Go ahead, here.
I don't know if I was going to say it. Go ahead.
Well, I was trying to think. So in one of them, city council is the board with the symphony and the audience. And we're the gardeners in one of them. And what are we in outer space? We're one of the planets, right? You're a moon. Or a moon, just a moon. No, isn't that blue thing a planet?
Yes,
One
well,
of
the
the
moon is also a planet, but yes, we are.
Both the planet and the moon?
Yes.
It's a metaphor, it's okay. We don't have to be accurate. What else do you notice?
It's as if community covers it all, right? So everything is about community, and the more you get in, then we get to Deborah being at the center. But the community covers all of it.
What else?
Maybe, are there some things we're not noticing that you're noticing?
There's not, this isn't like a quiz show, right?
Well, I know in
What do you
ours,
see?
like,
What did you hear?
for the symphony metaphor, we'd all be lost without the conductor. So maybe it's the star reference, but, you really have to have someone in a point and a position to make people keep moving through the music.
Yeah, every musician could play that piece of music by themselves, and they do, I'm sure, over and over again when they practice, and it wouldn't sound very good altogether without that conductor. What happens when things don't work out? What's the, maybe you talked about the good scenario here, but in these metaphors.
We actually included some boos in our audience.
Okay, yeah, just one.
Minimal.
What causes the boos? What's not going right when you get a boo?
Confusion on stage.
Confusion on
Bad music.
stage. Or they don't like the music.
Hit a wrong note.
That triangle rings too early or too late. What about on the other metaphors? You said there were no weeds in that master garden. What happens when a little weed crops up or an invasive species? Well, that would be, we better study that for a while.
Well, I think of the Southside Community Garden and Southside Farm. We got representatives in our own audience today from the Southside Community and Southside Farm. And when a weed pops up, if you don't go ahead and address it, it can take up a lot of the resources, whether it's sunlight or water or time and energy. It can get really out of hand if you don't address it.
That's a great one.
Exactly. Well, and she said a couple of things there. You've got to address it right away or it can get out of hand, but you also have experts who know, and you do have those experts in your ecosystem and your.
Also going to draw in and say that not everything is a weed. Just because it looks like a dandelion doesn't mean it's not the most nutritious thing in the garden.
So the role of the expertise that you might have in the community as well as on staff in their various functions, relying on that.
And in the solar system one, we built an alien that kind of looks like a fox, but whether it's a weed or booing, like challenge and adversity is just part of any system, period. And so planning for it, anticipating, and not taking it as a mortal wound, but just like, okay, we're going to deal with this, is important as well.
Who deals with the weed, the alien,
Deborah.
the boo?
I'm
Deborah.
just kidding. Well, I mean, honestly, I think we do. We do a lot. We're kind of, we're the first ears, I think. We're a place people can know how to go to. And so we need to filter that and understand and connect the dots across the system to go, okay, well, that might be a Duke Energy conversation or whatever.
What else? When it's working flawlessly or when it's not? Just what are the roles? We're to have this conversation to think about the roles and the impact, the support or the challenges from the various players.
Everybody knows their role.
Everybody knows their
And
role.
when everybody plays their part, each of these systems work healthy.
If you don't operate from some agreements, I'm thinking back to the symphony. If folks don't feel like they can operate with agreement and with confidence, then we might lose some of the best players. The audience suffers then too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose with the symphony reference, if we don't put on a cohesive show, they won't buy the tickets. We won't receive their tax dollars. I will point out on ours too, we had departments in there, and Kim enlightened me. I guess at the symphony, everyone wears one color, and then the soloist is in color, so you're the color today. But it strikes me that, everyone's up there, they're all in the same uniform, they're all striking the same tune, they're on the same rhythm, and that's what makes it a beautiful show.
How do they get there? They just know how to do that?
Training, development, critique, growth.
Yeah.
What other things can I pull in?
Well, I was going to say having a plan. You talked
Having a
earlier about
plan.
having a plan. They
Yes,
know
the
what
sheet of
they have a
music.
program.
They have a sheet of
They
music.
know what order, you didn't do a jazz band here where they're
Right.
improvising, going, hey, let's play this next, right? This
Right.
is more of a coordinated, we have way more people. Maybe there could be jazz orchestras that have hundreds of, 100 people, but probably not. Orchestras takes that plan ahead of time. They know the program, they know when they're going to do each piece.
I guess to Deborah's point too, if one board or council member got on stage and started drawing notes on one member of the symphony's pages, the whole rhythm would fall apart. Can't just do it with one voice.
And
I
in
would
the
like to-
symphony, they have a theater, like
I was just
hopefully
gonna
our
say.
future Thomas Wolfe Auditorium.
Yeah, while we're on this, they need a great facility
project,
to
sorry.
play this music in.
We almost drew Chris Coral in.
Yeah, if the acoustic tiles are falling down.
Which they are.
No, I didn't. I was just going with the metaphor.
Keep it up, keep going.
It's not going to sound quite right.
If the roof's
Sorry.
Yeah, and in
leaking,
the
Didn't mean to-
symphony, there should be
if
like
the sound system's
the
up.
restaurants outside the symphony where people go to afterwards. It's the whole economy.
Gotcha. Anything else that you're noticing these metaphors? And we'll move over. Emily's, I think, captured a bunch here already in terms of what it's going to take to work together. But we're going to thinking about that and thinking about your roles as council and staff. We want to just even get a little more clarity and articulate. I think they're not things that you don't know, and the metaphor about, ordering off the menu, but don't go in the kitchen and cook it. When you think about your role as council versus the role of staff, and we're not going to try and articulate the exact role of every department within the staff, but broadly speaking.
Yeah, well, and I thought we'd talk, well, first we'll start with the council and just think of some of the key tools and resources that you have in your role. What are some of the things that you utilize in order to fulfill the role that you have thought about here as a council member?
Community members,
Community members?
community relationships.
I think that's important, relationships. That's probably the right word.
Leveraging the relationships or building the relationships?
And maintaining. Yeah, that's what relationships are.
There's also a layer of it too of like, I'm not an expert in very few things, if anything, but there are community members who legit are, and there's
Right.
staff who are, so finding the expertise, whether it's staff or community members.
That's why you have boards and commissions too.
Where are the boards and commissions in these? They're hiding. Lights and sound, fertilizer.
Shanika, when you think about your role as a city council person, what are some of the things, think about some of the things you do as a part of the orchestra or working in the, as part of the garden. What do you do? What are you practically doing? What are some of the things what do you do? What are the things you use?
Communicating, visioning,
Communicating?
following rules and policy, following within the guardrails.
Staying within guardrails? What are some of the actual, tasks that you do? Think about some of the things that when you're doing your job as a city council member, you are physically doing what? You're out doing what?
So like you said communication, but staff also are doing communication.
What's unique about you?
What do yours look like? Like, how would you compare to theirs?
You talk to people all the time, don't you? Yeah. How do you talk to people? What settings do you talk to people?
One-on-ones, answering emails, going to events,
Going to events, right?
bringing
Well,
information back,
yeah. Neighborhood events, city events, going to events.
communicating community voice.
Do you become a conduit? Yeah, that's right. Anything else? What are some of the tools you use?
I research a lot, like go read about other cities, and so I talk to them, but also just kind of like, there's a lot of policy stuff that we have to handle that I
Yeah.
just don't know enough about, so I have to research and read a lot.
So you're an alien as well.
I
You're
am
an
an
alien.
alien.
Bo, what do you do? You're new, I know, but come on, I see you.
Advocacy.
Talk about that.
Lifting up voices, bringing back ideas, as Shanika said, from the community, bringing back feedback and information, decision-making, and also showing up, being present, being accessible.
Give me an example of what it means to be showing up and be accessible.
I think respond, again, like Shanika said, responding to emails, responding to phone calls, showing up at community events, neighborhood events, showing up to different causes. That just, being able to, listening is a big piece of it as well.
Listening. You want to add to that? Any of the tools?
I would have said advocacy. One thing I'd love to do is to go to neighborhood association meetings and sit in the back without people knowing that I'm in there, so I can hear what people are actually saying versus relying on what I might see on social media. Not that I'm against social media. Another thing I try to be careful about is when I come up with what I think is a new idea, I like to run it by community first before I bring it back in. So I know that it's just not my idea, but one that the community would like
It makes sense
as
to
well.
them.
Yeah, so I try to listen more.
So actively engaging.
And sometimes I'll advocate for stuff that as on an individual level, I don't really want, oddly enough. If it
But-
seems like the disadvantaged communities especially want it, then I'll go hard about it, even though on a personal level, it's not my thing. So I try to separate myself for what I'm advocating.
So you
For.
have a mission there to
Yeah.
be a voice. Yeah.
So, whoa. So I joined city council in 2020 in a different crisis. And it was, all of a sudden, you were in community and they sent you to do this job, and then all of a sudden you're in a Zoom square.
Yeah.
Which is really isolating. So a lot of my staying in touch with community was meeting folks where they're at, and that's an email. But I don't think my neighbors sent me to just sit at a desk and answer emails all day. So I made it a really intentional effort the last few years to get back in touch with community. I keep my stats. So in 2024, I sent 1,393 unique email responses, attended 678 hours of civic meetings, including liaisons to advisory boards, subcommittees of council and council meetings. I spent 246 hours on training, research, and development, 1,027 hours on community engagement, included constituent services, meetings and events, and 312 hours on the phone.
Wow.
But a lot of it has to be like being in community, otherwise you're not getting that back and forth. And you'll think that you have an idea and you thought you had a plan, but then you learn more. People bring their lived and professional experience to the table. It adds to my understanding. And when you only have two options of yes and no, it can be a comfort to know that folks are like, oh, you're trying with what you have.
Anybody want to add anything else? I'm going to shift gears.
I'll
Go ahead.
share, maybe talking to each other. You know, we are often limited in a forum like this or in a council meeting, and there's discussions, I think, that need to take place one-on-one or with each other, check-ins. And so I like to reach out to my colleagues and understand where they're coming from. And then sharing out. So I try to make sure that folks have access to the information as it moves. So we'll, distribute documents on our website and stuff, but hearing from me as to where it is, how it's moving, how I'm feeling about it, and welcoming input, that express sharing out, and it seems to gain a lot of appreciation. So it's hard to keep up with council meetings and, feels like boring meetings to some folks, but people do care what's happening, and how they hear from us matters.
Yeah, that's right.
I think, Bo, you had hit your microphone earlier, a minute ago before the others spoke. No, you're good? Okay. I want to make sure everyone who was trying to speak could speak.
I'm going to just spend a quick minute on the staff, just for a minute. I mean, we don't need what resources do they have? What roles do they play? Thinking about your garden, just sort of expand on it from what does that really mean to be the plant bed? What does that mean to be what was it, dark matter?
Dark matter.
Yeah. What does that look, what does it practically look like? What is, to be the
Where's this, is the staff the orchestra? Who's the?
Oh, yes,
They're in,
Yeah,
they're the
that's right.
musicians.
Yeah, all
All the
playing
different-
together, yeah. Just quickly, just let's name a couple things. What are some of the resources? And maybe think about it from the administrator's perspective. Like, what are some of the tools that the administrator has to get things done?
And in particular, how is their role unique from what we just talked about
Yes.
as your role,
Yeah.
right? We want to kind of pull it apart a little bit so that we highlight the different ways that you each contribute to the running of the whole.
Can I add a clarifying moment from earlier, is that instead of pulling weeds early, it might be like resource identification and prioritization, or something like that. Prioritizing resources.
Or tending to weeds early.
I mean, I see staff as
Yeah, I like
our experts. I mean,
Right,
they're the ones that do the work.
yep.
So they learn what works, what doesn't. They learn what's theoretical and conceptual versus practical. Many of them are trained and have gone through academic careers to gain the experience they have. And so, I mean, when staff comes with a recommendation,
Very specific technical expertise.
yeah, I mean, it's not easy to figure out how to design a snow plowing system, right?
They're very targeted in what they do.
Yeah, and it's very broad. I mean, we have 1,200 employees. That's a lot of expertise and a lot of technical know-how. So that's very unique from the community members as too.
I think one of the things that came up a lot, especially through the crises we've been, and most recently Helene, is a reminder for each other and for our neighbors that our staff are also residents. Our staff also experience water outages. Our staff also need our roads to be safe for everyone who uses them. So I think part of it is that their role is very specific, but they're also part of the ecosystem of people.
Over in staff, I would say implementation. You know, they have to really carry out all the dreams and visions and planetary movements.
To me, we kind of mirror our roles.
Ah,
Because with council, yes, we form the relationships and do the advocacy so that we can get to a certain product, which is policy. But they do the same. They make relationships in the community. They advocate the community's ideas, bringing them back to us so our decisions are more informed. They do the research and the listening, communication, so that when it gets to the point of implementation, they're giving us good ideas on how to form the policy so that their work is effective.
There's something.
And the
that-
community's needs are met.
Shanika, that is a really important thing to recognize. So they're engaged with the community, but their role's a little different, and they're anticipating some of the things that are important to you. Maybe they suggest some things that should be important to you as the city council. But then their role's a little different. Their job is to then what? Jump in, study it, look at it, look what other cities are doing. Some of the things, and they're responsible for that. That is really, and that's an interesting dynamic in my mind to recognize, is that they're also residents, right? But they're also trying to move the city forward. They're engaged in some of those same conversations, same topics. I think that's something important to recognize. And they're listening to you, but they're listening to their colleagues in other cities, things like that. So they're staying abreast of developing issues.
One of the things that you said that we hadn't had written down was setting policy. So creating the program, putting things in motion.
Yeah, and the mirror side of that would be staff implements.
Staff implements, yep.
Yeah. One of the things I've been thinking about is that we have staff, when they have clear, even if it's just a majority and it's a hard conversation, expectations, then they can deliver. And we have a lot of folks that seem very driven by goals and being able to knock stuff off of a list.
Yeah,
In our community, sometimes
Implement.
it takes us a little time.
yeah.
So I think one of the things that staff in Asheville seems to have to do is balance those expectations and timelines. And it takes a pretty amazing amount of patience and skills to be able to say, like, this is the way, this is the best practice, and we're going to find the way to do it in Asheville and for Asheville. I don't know how to say that in like a word.
On a sticky note.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a couple things that I think that's really important, because you're a unique community, and you're proud of that, and your values we talked about a little bit earlier. The other thing you said there was sort of about setting realistic expectations, and that's a unique role that I think in many ways staff really play a special role in helping set realistic expectations.
And that's what I was mentioning to you yesterday, is
Yeah.
like, sort of like about the retreat. There may be a feeling that like you have to reach a specific goal, and this is when it's done and it's perfect. And it may be that the process is the perfection, like being in it and through it is part of the success and shouldn't be undermined or discounted.
And perfection isn't always the best goal. Progress is the best goal. Certainly in recovery, that's something we need to think about. And again, I want to emphasize that, being realistic, thinking about the resource constraints, what's going to work, what won't work. I think shoot for the stars, but then you step back. And who's better positioned to help you do that?
It points to what I've heard us say in the past. Normally, we started with achievements somewhere, but sometimes it's helped us in the past to look at a list and be like, what are all the things that staff has operationalized? And it's like, here's 74 things staff is currently doing. And when you're just like in the day-to-day, like plowing through it, it's like, oh my gosh, and there's more on this that's on this page. And so I think being able to have some measurables on what we are getting done is helpful in celebrating our wins.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else you want to add to this?
We want to hear a little bit more. You talked about setting realistic expectations. We talked a little bit about that. How can staff particularly help do that so that there's clarity of understanding in their role? What would help you help them do that? Let's just talk a little bit more about that.
I actually think they're pretty good at reminding us.
Reminding you.
I mean, I think we've got a couple areas where they're having challenges because the timeline of the deliverable is dependent on us, deciding. And we're not, so I'm thinking about a lot of the land use changes we're considering right now. Our council is a little bit of a hot mess when it comes to trying to give a majority direction to staff about where we want to go. And I think, so sometimes staff will kind of pull back and do a lot of work behind the scenes. We probably don't even appreciate or realize how much they're doing, thinking they're moving in the direction we want to be in, only to find out we're kind of shifting, we're sort of fluid, if you will, on something. And that then we are slowing the process, sort of.
Yep.
But there's other things where there's not, again, what do cities do really well? Well, so for, an infrastructure project.
Yep.
Council doesn't give granular direction about the design and construction of a filtration system at Norfolk. We are not engineers. We do not know how to do that. We know how to say, we hear you, this is an important project, it's gotta be done, we'll go try to find the money to do it. That's our role. So we wouldn't do anything to slow that down.
Just celebrate their success.
And say, go faster.
Yeah.
So, but we, but when there is something that's more complicated, more policy-oriented, that can get tangly, then I think staff has a hard time creating timeline, and they've tried to. I know, again, on zoning changes, they've tried to create a timeline. They've tried to break things up in a way they think are more digestible for us. Then sometimes we'll say, put them back together, and anyway, I don't know how you do those. Which is kind of saying a lot, because I feel like I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and I'm really stuck on some of that stuff.
It's not unique to this city, by the way.
Well, that makes us feel better. But as my
But
dad
it's
always
true.
said, I only care about what your grade is.
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell me what they're doing. I want to know what you're
That's right.
doing.
I don't care about what everybody else is doing.
And then add on top of it, the recovery and the need, and the staff already has 2 jobs on their plate as it is, and,
Right.
yeah, that's something that I think is continually something to think about. Anything else?
I have one.
Yeah,
I don't
please.
have a mic, so I'll just
Oh,
pass that to you.
okay.
You should be able to pick it up and run with it.
Council role, driving the relationship with staff.
Yeah. So something you touched on earlier of if staff asks for something.
Yeah, think about that, the relationship, the working relationship you have with staff and the impact you have on the staff. Just think about is there something that you need to be aware of, something that you need to think about? Is that getting to what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's just acknowledging. I was just,
Yeah.
if it's something that should be included here, just acknowledging
Yeah.
you all remembering as you go about your daily interactions that they are following your lead. When you ask for things, it's really hard to tell y'all no. Like it's really difficult. So just making sure that that's present as you interact with staff.
I don't know that this fits in either circle, but I generally feel like our job and staff's job is often a thankless job. So we are here to solve the problems, and I think we mentioned like celebrate the wins sometimes and stuff, but I try and keep that in mind when it comes to staff. And I try to remember to remain positive or layer in positive when we can. And I just wonder about mental health and overall morale often.
Of staff and city council.
And council, they're all, it's tough work.
Yeah, this is tough work. I worked for a member of Congress who had been in Congress for a quarter century. And he used to say to me, my goal is to be like a member of a city council. I want to be that person. I want to be someone who's engaged in the community, listening, talking to people. And that's hard work. 80% of it's just showing up. And by the way, you got to run for office. You got to think about all that stuff too. I mean, that's another layer of complexity for a city council. So you've got a lot on your plates and a lot of things coming at you. And now you've got so much more. And you feel like you're a conduit to the community.
We both engage the community in ways.
Yeah.
But also, there's just like, I was trying to think about what it would be like to be in an office sitting at a desk. There's a lot of research, development, writing, editing, making presentations, like hours and hours have to be spent. And I know that sometimes I would get documents kind of at the last minute. I'm like, oh, there were probably last minute changes and edits, and we wanted to make sure we got it right before we publish it. Because our communities are really engaged. So there's like many hours of the work is not on there
And
yet.
again, in recovery, just add that big exclamation point, and they're doing more
Daily
jobs.
operations.
Yeah. Their daily operations now are times 2. They have this whole, managing the city, and now they're managing recovery. And they're related, but additional, different worlds.
Anything particularly and unique to recovery, I just want to hit that again, that you were saying, Bo, when you think about your roles, anything to add for council, your roles, or what you're seeing as staff's role in the recovery process?
I think it's really important for us to inspire hope in the community, because it's a very hard time right now for many people, including us and our staff. And so even when that's hard to conjure, I think about trying to do that, because that we are someone that a lot of people do look to.
That's right.
I did also capture what Sage said about supporting morale within the staff, so internal, and I'll add that external as well.
Deborah's brought this up a good bit, but reminding us how many of our staff are first responders or interact with the public on a daily level. So that could be Parks and Rec staff, sanitation, it's the bus driver who's the first person that person is interacting with on the worst day. So there's been a lot of like triage and community engagement on a daily level.
Kim spoke to this earlier, but Kim and I came onto council really when COVID hit. It hit like 10 days after our primary.
Wow.
And my entire tenure on council has been managing some kind of disaster. And I feel like our staff, I don't know if it's just Asheville or regionally here, but I feel like our staff have this unknown, I mean, they have to expect and manage unknown things that there is no way to predict, and be ready to handle it with, I don't know, ease and efficiencies. Like, we didn't know the South Asheville plant would freeze. We didn't know there'd be a COVID pandemic. We didn't know we'd have 30 feet of water overnight, you know. What's next, and how, you know, that, it constantly weighs on me, it must on staff. So planning for that unknown, which is a whole nother skill set.
Yeah, that's right. Psychologically, too.
Yeah.
Anything else? I think I think we'll take a break.
Kim has her mic
Oh,
on.
yes, sorry, Kim, I didn't see you, sorry.
It's always so funny. I just think about nothing about us without us is like, I feel like I'm kind of empathizing and working from what I know, but there's been a lot of talk about what staff does without hearing from staff. So are we going to do that?
Well, tomorrow, you're going to have an opportunity to have conversations around moving, action-oriented moving forward. That'll be a great opportunity, but I think that'd be fine. I defer to the, I would love to.
Do you want to add anything to your perspective?
I've been talking a lot. I want to defer to my ACMs if
Yeah.
at all possible.
Can you see?
I'll get out of your way.
Particularly roles for staff, as you see that may be unique and particularly related to the recovery.
And they are not shy, so.
They are definitely thinking hard right now, I can tell.
So I will add, and I think this probably goes for both council and staff, which is a tremendous amount of flexibility and the ability to be agile and nimble, because there are so many unknowns, and we always think we're headed in the right direction, and then the alien comes in, and then, we have to figure out.
Bob and weave.
On a dime.
Yeah.
Sometimes, okay, should we go left or should we go right? And I think it is extremely helpful to have a council that understands and receives, here's where we are today and here's why we have to go left instead of going right. We'll get back possibly to going right in time, but right now, we've got to do these things. So I think the agility, being flexible and nimble, is just a part of life these days, just the complexity of, especially during this time of recovery.
Under council, we mentioned morale briefly, but I genuinely worry about burnout. And I know that comes under realistic expectations and stuff, but I feel like we have an obligation to our staff to make sure they're personally okay, that we're not asking too much. Like, do we need to get a list of comp time? Like, is it horrendous? Are people just really overworked and we don't know it? And how do we care for them?
I think it's really important to recognize.
And I think you mentioned this, Sage, in terms of the recovery. That is top of mind for us. We've had sessions in our management team meeting. We've had it with our EOC. We have literally even sent, I don't know if they're psychologists or whatever, mental health coaches and so forth, to departments to just have sessions, because it's been tough. I mean, it really, really has been tough for staff, but they're hanging in there and they show up every day.
Yeah. Brad, I was going to ask if you want to say a word. You don't have to, but I just would give you an opportunity.
I never turned down the opportunity.
I knew that. I knew that.
Add something to this. Just as a reminder, this is another one of Brad's friendly reminders. It helps staff so much when you all have built consensus amongst yourselves. And I know that you can't always build a complete unanimous consensus, But getting to the point where a majority of you are providing the direction, as opposed to staff receiving from one or two of you maybe different directions, that puts us always in a rough position. And our number one goal is to implement your policies. But if we have to add the step of interpreting your policies and differentiating between your policies, it's much more likely that we're going to get it wrong when we come back to you. So the more that you can do on your end to funnel that down to a 4 or more, the better we can do for you.
That's really helpful.
I do have one thing, maybe picking up a little bit from where Brad is. Since the storm, some of the tools that we have to get feedback from you all have been turned off. So thinking primarily of the council committees. So right now, really the two ways we're getting feedback from you all as a body is at your agenda briefing and at the city council meetings. And so that is kind of late in the process. We're bringing something to you to react to and asking you to vote on it. And so I think part of that has been really challenging for staff. You all have been amazingly supportive, but to go back to the food analogy, sometimes you are getting a pretty baked cake at that point, and then we're having to go back and redo work. So I'm hopeful as we're able to turn some of those tools that we have back on for getting additional feedback from you earlier on upstream as we're doing some of the initial work, that'll really help. But you all have been amazingly supportive. It's just been some of those tools that we built in to get that early feedback.
So
just
feedback
aren't
loops, we
yeah,
really need to
yeah,
think
they're not
about the most
operationalized,
effective way to do that. I
I'd
think
love
that's a
to
big
share
topic.
something that I'd love to hear from staff tomorrow. Maybe you could think on this, but it does make me wonder, these recent comments, if we were able to move as a body more succinctly when we had the 3x3s as opposed to what we call agenda briefings. The 3x3s were more of an informal conversation. They weren't live on television and stuff. And some of the sausage making, as we call it sometimes, happens a little more fluently then than just always on camera. And I wonder, and I'd pose this question to our staff, if that would be helpful. There's been some contention in the community if every moment we should be live on TV or not, but I wonder if we were operating better then.
We'll have some real opportunities tomorrow to talk about that, both around the 4 buckets, and then at the end of the day, we'll have a chance to talk about how can we work together better. So that's really good. We'll make a note of that.
The only thing that I would say, Sage, is that I shouldn't have even started that sentence that way. The only thing I would say, because that's just my, it's not my nature. I just don't feel that there should be one or the other. I think depending upon the issue or the question or the whatever, we should try lots of different things, ways to communicate.
Yeah, we were talking about
And
that.
then, right, and this is all transparent, we can, ultimately, obviously, we want the community to understand the direction, but sometimes it does take more of an opportunity to have very, very frank conversations, asking questions, and sometimes, as you say, the sausage-making opportunity sometimes is interpreted as that person had that perspective, but once we have an opportunity to have further dialogue, perspectives can change.
And like we saw Tuesdays, the sausage making doesn't always need to be public.
That's right. So we're going to capture that. We're going to put it on your bike rack because we're going to pull that out tomorrow because we don't want to lose it now. That's good. And then just generally the idea of feedback loop. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? You don't get to do that very often, right? All right.
We're on break time.
We are on break time. And what time do we want to reconvene?
Top of the hour, I think.
Yep, 3.
We talked a little longer on this than we.
Yeah, we did. 3 o'clock. We'll be at 3 o'clock, and we'll stay on track for your 4 o'clock conclusion. Just to remind you all, we're building your retreat over here. Just take it when you're done. Take a chance to go over. By tomorrow, this is going to be full of really important information. But right now, we're going to really focus on partners. You talked about collaboration being a principle, innovation being a principle. Really thinking about, we talked about leveraging resources. I mean, it's been clear from day one that to be successful in recovery, you're going to have to think of creative and important ways to leverage partners, collaborators, and external resources. So that's what we're going to be talking about now. We're going to do a quick sort of conversation about it, sort of talk through it a little bit, and then you're going to go into your breakouts. And I think, it's in their workbook, right, Emily? Yeah, so it's in your workbook, and we're going to go into your self-regulated breakout sessions again. But I'm just going to real quickly, and let's just start as a group, really quickly looking at, I think, the really critical partners in recovery. It's clear to me that the federal government is a critical partner. Obviously, FEMA, HUD has given you funding under CDBG-DR at levels that I think are significant and impactful. The Secretary of Transportation was here the other day. The Secretary of Homeland Security was here today. I think you have a clear partner at the federal level, and the role they play is pretty clear. State government, they're voting this week, I think, on the third round. Is that right, Mayor? The third round of state assistance, and they say they've $1 billion thus far, another $500 million. I think that's clearly a partner in funding, but it's also a really critical partner in working with you on a day-to-day basis. The governor has appointed a special team of folks to work with Western North Carolina. I think that's an opportunity. And you can think about, we're going to give you an opportunity to think more about the state role. Philanthropy. I mean, obviously, when you're in Asheville and you think about philanthropy, you think of Dogwood. That's certainly an important partner. There's other philanthropy. There's national philanthropy that might be interested in being a partner. Regional partners. Obviously, Buncombe County is front and center partner for you. Other regional partners, communities nearby, economic development organizations. Think about the business community. Obviously, they are front and center on the economic recovery side. We talked about that being one of our priority areas. The business community is going to be a partner, not only in recovery, but in really rebuilding for the future. Nonprofits that are here in your community are really helping you provide support for the people in the community. And then, of course, the residents, absolutely critical. And some of the stories that I've heard, some of the stories you were sharing about the way neighbors work together, I think that's an important thing to recognize, and I think that's something that's going to be a part of going forward in recovery as well. One of the things I wanted to mention, you're going to, in your breakouts, you're going to have time to really dig into these and think about some of the partners, who they are, how to work with them, how best to leverage their skills, talents, and resources. And that's going to be something that we bring with us again tomorrow when we talk together. So, Emily, I don't know, do you want to talk about the breakout session real quick?
Yeah, sure. So, as we've been doing, we're going to put you back into your two pairs and a trio. You have that workbook page to jot some notes down on, but just partner up with each other and start thinking through, like what Bo just said, what are the resources that these partners can help the city access? What are the things that these partners are going to enable your community to do together? Just talk to each other about these different categories of partners. We're not focusing specifically on like exact organizations at this point, though if a few critical and salient ones rise up to your mind, feel free to talk about those in your small groups.
And thinking about how we as a city can work with them.
Yeah.
How can we best leverage them?
We'll have about 20 minutes for y'all to do this. Could be a little less. Anything else, Bill?
I think that's it. Let's get back to your self-policed breakout.
Are you running out of people you
haven't worked with? Public access is now recording. Okay.
He has not announced his visit yet, but it's gotta be moments away. He just got confirmed.
Invite him.
Checking him out. This is the new-
No. All right, everyone. I think we're on track to finish our work at 4 o'clock. This is our pattern. You've all spent some time that you're working with each other. Now we need to harvest the information that you all talked about. I'm going to start with, just talk to me about federal partners. FEMA. Yeah, well, we're gonna get some of the key agencies. FEMA, HUD,
Army Corps of Engineers,
Army Corps of Engineers, DOT, SBA.
No, I was going to.
Ah,
But probably
thank you.
should.
But I guess to your point though, emergency responsiveness and I would say long-term funding.
Right. This is really recovery. We're really focusing on recovery. Who's going to help you get the job done?
well, the Congress and the new administration is gonna help us get this job done.
Yeah, let's get that up there.
We're gonna need a lot of money from Congress. They're gonna do another package in March. And there are some reg changes that need to happen that are unique to this storm event that they'll need to address. Which they know about, because we keep telling them about them.
Yeah, when the
So not
question
just
was
money, but
what,
regulatory reform. Yes.
when the question was what we can do together, Esther and I were talking about sort of the federal and the state as both financial resources and updating or changing legislation or laws.
There are some.
Policy and
Yeah, there are.
resources.
One of the things that we mentioned was sharing expertise, federal expertise coming down to the city, but also expertise from locally to the federal government about what we need.
So you're talking about you telling them what you think you need?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're supposed to ask you, right?
They do.
They do. Anything else on the federal front? We got to get Congress up there. There we go.
I mean, it's a wishful one, but maybe some action on climate change for the whole nation.
That is a wishful one.
It's a wishful one, but it shouldn't, I mean, we obviously can't save it or salvage it or ourselves, but, how does this stuff stop impacting cities?
I'm going to come back in a minute and talk about how we can work with them a little better. But let's just go ahead and hit at the state level. Let's just real quickly hit the key ones at the state level. Key partners and collaborators at the state level.
The governor and his administration and the legislature.
And his transition team?
Well, it's transitioned into the WNC Recovery Committee, and GROW-NC is specifically Department of
WNC. So WNC Recovery.
It's the WNC Recovery Committee is what the governor created by executive order, and he's created something called GROW-NC, which is under him. Well, it's actually out of the Department of Commerce, but it is charged with our recovery effort.
Got it.
So the state, the governor created a regional, its representation is all regional from the affected counties in western North Carolina. But, so there's an interplay there in that the governor created it, but it is a regional.
And there's a
committee.
legislative committee specifically for recovery.
Right, as well, housed within the legislature.
And has members from all across the
Bipartisan.
state, bipartisan.
It does, yeah.
Any other state? I mean, the state agencies, I guess, right? Are you hearing from them? Are they talking to you? I guess NCDOT, obviously.
And DEQ.
DEQ.
We also talked about a specific program, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, just seems
Yeah.
like a major part of
And that comes from
elevation.
FEMA but
To the
is
state,
implemented
right.
by the state.
But it's kind of a really
And then-
specific
and
place
then we
that's
end up owning
hugely
the property.
resourced and very available.
So historically, they would set aside a certain portion of public assistance for mitigation. Is that the way it still works?
It's $1.5 billion for this disaster.
Yeah.
And it's for elevations, flood mitigation, and buyouts.
Buyouts,
And then
yeah.
they'll pay for the buyout or flood mitigation, and then if it's a buyout, they'll then pay the municipality to figure out what to do with the space. So is it an active park? Is it a dog park? Is
Yeah.
it a
They're gonna apply
greenway?
for projects.
What?
In
So
my own neighborhood in Raleigh, there's a park that was
There's a
result
lot
of
of-
hazard mitigation.
It's actually incredibly well-funded, and that funding, I think, was part of the December package, right? Yes. And it's an amazing opportunity. It's just sort of understated, and I think we need to continue to have conversations with the state, how to scale that up.
And hazard mitigation is managed by the Division of Emergency Management.
And they've come and presented to us and explained it. But, you know, it's traditionally been a really long process for any area that needs to use it. So we'd like to see that filled out and, yeah, scaled up and sped up.
I'll add in though, Mayor, that the first applicants are having hammers swinging in April. Contractors are already getting scheduled, so it's gone a lot
elevations.
quicker.
Wow.
I hope that we can update the narrative, because when I hear about it in the community, folks are like, this is years, and I want to just be like, let's not kill it before we start it. And I think the community isn't very aware of what their benefit could be.
There's also a state program pre-Helene, and I don't know the name of it, but it is an annual amount of water system infrastructure funding. And I know like our partners down in Marion area or McDowell County got like $70 million or something, and that could play in. So that's a regular program unrelated to disasters, but large swaths of money for water infrastructure.
Yeah, a lot of money came from the legislature to communities through the earmarking
Yeah.
process.
What is the name of that funding called?
I think what you're referencing might be direct allocations through
Yeah,
lobbying.
I think it was direct.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was like-
Earmarks is the other word for it.
Yeah, I think there
I
was
thought
like,
it was an
last
annual
budget,
thing.
there was 110 million for municipal water systems,
Yeah.
and we just
That's not a
have the
regular.
opportunity in the future to get those earmarks, but
Yes.
hadn't leveraged it in the past.
Yes. All right. Regional. So the Western North Carolina Recovery Committee is a regionally constructed committee by the state.
Yeah, and importantly, it has several legislators on it, so it's really a blend of all sorts of things.
Oh.
Land to Sky.
Land to Sky, COG, Council of Government. Any other regional partners? Do you have an economic development partnership?
Yep.
That's
Economic
county
Development
based.
Coalition, EDC.
We have a home consortium. It's not really about disaster, it's specific to affordable housing initiatives. But at our little group, we talked about, you know, does that need to be more, should there be more similar entities that aren't just about housing? I guess there's the recovery committee that's similar, but the home consortium is leaders, mayors, city managers, county managers from 5 counties, all getting together on a regular basis.
That's a great point.
Who sponsors that?
We're the participatory jurisdiction, and then we get federal funding.
Okay.
There's some new ones forming that I think, and I'm not going to say it correctly or get them all right, but like, isn't Archer doing home repairs and it's not just one county? And I know that Asheville Habitat is one of the partners. We also have the Long-Term Recovery Group through the United Way.
Oh, right.
Oh, and is that United Way's regional?
It's Asheville Buncombe.
Buncombe?
Asheville
Okay.
Buncombe.
Another entity that's forming now is through the American Flood Coalition, is bringing
yeah.
together a bipartisan jurisdiction of electeds from the small towns, the counties were included, Buncombe County's included, to provide like a bipartisan lobbying voice as a region.
American Flood Coalition, I think is what it's called.
I
Any
had a
other-
curiosity about one, but it's almost like, is it a different bubble? And I'm hearing and appreciating from the audience of the orchestra. When we say residents, which I appreciate, it does seem to leave out that we have high daytime population of people who don't live in the city of Asheville but are critical to our recovery. The fastest one to think of is our workers. They are helping build our roads and bridges, and they keep our restaurants running, but they don't reside in Asheville. So is that regional, or is there another way to say neighbor or workforce? Then it's just kind of lumped into land to sky.
Or our workers in the business category.
Yeah, that's probably, based on what you were describing, it's really, maybe it's business, because who are they driving into town for?
Or what about if we, instead of residents, we moved it to align more with our priorities of people? Because that would encompass those who are in the city. And in my view, when you're working in the city or doing anything in the city, you are a resident. You're a part of our community. But would people kind of capture it, what you're thinking?
I'm gonna say residents and workers, or,
Well, I mean, you just opened the floodgates
Yeah.
to use the sun, but, I mean, because our region, our city depends so much on visitors too. So, I mean, we have,
That's why I said daytime population, is like
fascinating.
residents and
Yeah.
daytime population.
yeah, I mean, we're a regional hub for tourists, people who are coming in for medical care.
VA
people who come
hospital.
to Shop, people who are coming in, I mean, we have the greatest nighttime to daytime change in population of anybody in the state, so people's probably, you know, the category, I suppose, the easier way to capture all that. People come just for Trader Joe's. We have
That's
the
true.
only Trader Joe's in western North Carolina.
wow.
Just imagine if we got Costco, right? Like a whole new level.
Yeah, I was at the VA twice this week, and so that's why I was like, there's people at
A lot
the
of
VA
people
that are
coming
not
from
in their
all
in
over.
residence.
That's that whole regional center piece. And we haven't really, that's a really important thing to think about. Maybe there's something there, right?
And to jam up the works, I was also trying to figure out, as we were like dividing these, is there room to put peer cities? Because I'm relying on a lot of fellow elected officials across the country who have survived disasters. Hawaii, California.
No, peer cities that's a whole,
Well, what about,
That's
resource-
right.
What about, thought resources? I mean, we, you know, in this,
Mm-hmm.
to your point, I mean, in
Yeah.
this whole event, we have technical expertise we rely on, like Haggerty, we're talking to other communities that have gone through disasters
Thought
to
partners.
understand what they could be elected officials, they could be people who are employed to do this work. And when we go to conferences now and we hear from people who've been through this, and, I mean, the governor's hired people that have done disaster work in other states. So anyway,
What about subject matter experts?
yes,
Yeah.
there you go.
Sorry.
peer cities, subject matter experts.
We put expertise very, mindfully under each one of these.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Having worked at the national level a lot in my career, I think the peer cities thing is a very interesting thing
We
to
were
think
told when we
about.
were putting together our continuum of care, which is regional for homelessness, to look at Houston, because Houston had a hurricane. And so watching to see how Houston recovered touches on a lot of the issues that we're having, and we don't have to start from scratch. So when you asked us, what can we do together, save time and resources by not starting from scratch?
Yeah, that's right. Thinking about Des Moines, Iowa, who's had riverine floods a number of times. It's great. All right, let's talk about business for a second. Oh, yeah?
No, I want to keep us moving.
Yeah, okay, you're giving me the forward motion. Okay, good. Business. Who are your partners? Who are your collaborators?
In recovery and disaster management, the hotels turn into being a pretty
Oh, good,
partner.
yeah.
Because they house so many workers and displaced folks
Mhm.
and also, like we had an entire shelter for our veterans flooded out and they all moved into a hotel. So the hotels played a big role. They still are. And they are still there 18 months. They'll be there.
Well, to be fair, the shelter was a hotel too.
Yeah, that's right, originally.
One of the things we talked about in our cluster was how they can advocate for more funding and legislative change. And so we have groups, AIR, downtown River Arts District businesses can advocate. So we have a lot of business advocacy groups that are working on recovery with us.
Right, that represent, I know that I've talked with Mountain BizWorks. They're, right, I mean, that's,
I feel like under both people and business, some kind of visioning is a product of, the question is what can we tap into with their help? A greater vision, comes to mind.
Did you just say you got a report or a document from some business group? Yeah.
Yes, URAD, United River Arts District, I guess? URAD.
geographically organized group. All right, let's talk real quick about philanthropy and then talk about nonprofits. Let's talk about philanthropy. Who are your collaborators? Who are your potential partners or actual partners today?
I think for philanthropy, we saw, of course, our established foundations like Dogwood and Community Foundation of Western North Carolina. We also saw a lot of corporate philanthropy from outside of the state. There was a significant amount of corporate philanthropy from Atlanta and from Charlotte, whether it was the Home Depot Foundation, the Lowe's Foundation, so we saw that. We're starting to attract some national philanthropy as well. The other thing I'd add is that something that's been powerful with the response from philanthropy is that they're filling gaps in the funding landscape.
Yes.
And they're more nimble. And so
That's right.
the amount of business grants we've seen from Dogwood is profound and had to stretch that organization from their priorities, but they knew it was a gap that wasn't going to be filled soon with federal and state. So it's very important to continue that great relationship.
Maggie, you're bringing up something that's really important. We haven't talked about that much, is the coordination of resources is really important. When you identify a gap, you can see who can fill it.
Yeah.
And often it's not government, but sometimes it is.
The last thing I'll say on philanthropy is they also have a profound opportunity for capacity building in the community. When we talk about our ability to spend $225 million, we talk a lot about capacity of staff, but the community capacity to build the amount of housing we're going to fund right now, where's that going to come from? The capacity building for the NGO sector to really scale up. And I think our philanthropy is really tuned to that capacity building, and we need a lot of it happening right now.
That's excellent.
I'd just like to add to that, yes, so filling in the gaps, but filling in the gaps fast. Often.
Faster, for sure.
Faster, yeah. Philanthropy can move much faster than even local government can. And they can provide direct assistance. But also philanthropy also, while doing that, can add hope, as we saw in the concert for the Carolinas, as we saw in the tennis for the stars event a couple of weekends ago. So that was really awesome. It was a chance to build community, to see our neighbors, but also make some revenue and money for the people who need it.
It did seem like the conversations I'm hearing around faith communities and where they fit in kind of straddles the nonprofit and philanthropy
Yeah,
in
it does.
identifying gaps, but also being able to leverage relationships when we need other changes to happen across the circle.
That's good.
And resource coordination with the nonprofits, right?
Do our advisory boards fit under the people part? It seems that that's an important resource for us that isn't on there yet.
Sure. I mean, things can be in two different places, too. I mean, in some ways, they're also the city. Just close nonprofits real. What'd you put down?
For us?
Yeah.
Kind of along the same lines of faith, inspiring hope. Resource management, we saw a lot of the nonprofits step up and deliver and distribute a lot of the resources that were coming in. I'm thinking of the ABCCM warehouse, different churches, and also, again, expertise.
Does that pair with volunteer coordination?
That's good. One last check. Anything missing?
I'm a little sensitive to URAD just being up there, so I made you a note with
Oh, we promised not to do that.
It's instead of URAD, just put that one.
There's,
It's all the other acronyms for the other
Yeah.
business orgs.
There's a,
yeah, that's used to get into this where we have to get everybody on there.
They were so new, I didn't have the other two down there.
we've talked a little bit about capacity building, which our nonprofits definitely can do. Community health worker is helping to fill a gap with crisis response. It feels like there's probably an element of this that we're missing with volunteer coordination, but I know the nonprofits are doing a lot of work. Where does 211 fit in this?
Yeah, that's right.
Or a nonprofit.
Yeah.
But you're making me think about all of the people that are now their own businesses and recovery agents, and like some new businesses came out of this. Like people became new businesses through this. I love that.
Respond, yeah.
Yeah,
Business
they started
responds to
construction
opportunity.
teams, They started their own nonprofits, they, you know, a lot of them.
Oh, that's
were
interesting.
501c3s, they were just neighborhood groups. So people became.
Oh, that's interesting.
I got to see the electrical workers, IBEW, which I guess would fit under business, but maybe people. We're pulling in resources from across the areas, so that I know that there were also some unions that were involved.
That's great.
So, we're talking about the response we saw during the storm, which is important, but
But recovery.
I assume this is forward-facing.
Yes.
So, did we miss anybody who is going to need to make this work for us?
What's the big empty one at the top?
That's for if we missed anything. So we put peer cities, what'd you guys have? for your-
Subject matter experts, I thought we were headed
Yeah,
towards.
subject matter. What'd you put in the blank spot, Bo?
So,
Local, county, TDA, well, okay.
that's
Does we
already
fit in the other? Well, we thought those,
Not
we put
county.
those in regional, we put county and regional.
Okay.
And
Well, there's
TDA and,
There's also us, like the local government of the city.
wait, I thought we should put Deborah in that, right?
Right here in the middle, she goes in the middle.
Can we put something like advocacy or leveraging relationships in the center? Because that's something we can all do together.
Yeah, I was gonna actually take a second to put some things in the clouds on the sides here, like some of the things you can do to just not spend much time, but just ask you the question, what are some of the most potent things you as a city council can do, and what can you do as a city to really leverage, build on partnerships?
Listen.
Listen, okay.
Look fabulous in a photo. I mean, I think the way we've been doing it, and we're going to need to keep doing it, staff and Hagerty have been tremendous in identifying our needs and also getting into the technicalities of what the requests need to cover. So, because there's so much to learn from a federal and state regulatory standpoint about what programs exist, what programs need to be tweaked, what kinds of funding are in these different buckets that we might be able to leverage. So for me, like every time I step out, they have already armed me, so I know what I know what I'm talking about, and I can walk in with a letter or a list that I can hand someone to say, here are the things that we're going to need. And critical in that is staff working with Hagerty or whoever helps us put together that, and then working with, on a federal level, we have lobbyists in Washington, and then they know who exactly we need to be sitting in front of. They know the mechanics of how those changes can be made. And then working with the governor's representative in Washington to attend all of those meetings. And the first visit, both governors were there. But that is how we in our role can serve to advocate for the community and do it with knowledge and effectiveness. So we're not sort of meandering around.
Opportunistic, strategic.
Yeah, But then also to build that ask with regional partners. So when we're advocating for what we need to recover, it's not just Asheville, North Carolina. It's Western North Carolina. It's Lake Lure. It's Madison County. It's Canton. It's, how does this all fit into the bigger picture? And that's how at least we've been trying to craft it to date, and I think that effort will need to continue.
So collaborative regional advocacy and strategic.
Yeah, they're yes, being strategic with, and that's part of the strategy as well. I do think we need to figure out how that works on a state level. Certainly, the governor has made recovery our priority, and he's been out here many, many times, and he's developed a structure for how he will manage recovery. I think what is going to be challenging for this council is to figure out how we can quickly become effective advocates for recovery in the state legislature, and there are some critical opportunities that are about to happen, which will require going to Raleigh, getting in front of folks, talking about, and doing sort of the same.
Never
thing.
underestimate talking to other cities, making sure that state associations don't forget that this is really important.
Right, and there are, so for example, Tuesday, there was an event that was a regional event around recovery that was at the Crown Plaza, and I know Maggie attended that. And Bo, and that brought together all of the different cities and counties, and then also the County Commissioners Association has a representation on the WNC Recovery Committee. Yes, you got to leverage all of those
And show up.
and make sure you're consistent in what you're looking for. And we need to coordinate here locally, partner with the county, join forces with the county commissioners. So I mean, there's a lot for us to do in terms of advocating for what we're going to need. But then bringing that back home, and how do you translate that? How do you incorporate local people, individuals, businesses, groups, so that they are part of that process, they understand what's going on, they can tell you what their needs are, because a lot of these asks that are outside of what is directly a city service or a city initiative are things that we have to go advocate for that'll bleed out into the community. Whether it's support for businesses or individuals.
So it's almost like an advocacy feedback loop too.
Right, and it's constantly evolving.
Yep.
It's very, I love the word fluid. It's very fluid. So, and I mean, and it has to be super nimble, because it's continuously happening last minute, and it's somewhat chaotic, right?
It can be very
The meeting's
chaotic.
at 10, the meeting's at 2, the meeting's here, no, the
Yep.
meeting's there, they're coming now, now their plane's delayed. Anyway, so it's, you gotta be a little on the fly.
And consistent messages across the entire council saying the same thing to people, so that you're growing your credibility as an organization as well.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I think the council's been I have felt very supported in being able to go do a lot of this work, and I tried to make sure that when I'm speaking for the city council, for the city, for the region, and also making sure to, navigate the politics of every situation. This is the first time that I can remember that we have a crisis that requires a federal response, and quite frankly, that is a very different animal than when we're just dealing with the state. And I have actually felt like it's been pretty positive in the work. There is a pathway to doing it, and it's just a matter of doing it.
And there's a whole team here.
Right, oh, yeah, no, I mean, none of this would be possible if there wasn't, I feel like it's our obligation to bring along our regional partners, because frankly, they don't have the capacity that we do. It is a challenge for a lot of small governments to put together, what you need to ask for is this is what our team says is gonna be needed, and these are the, so I think working together it's really more effective for all of us, but it's also very helpful. Just
That is a really important point. Thank you.
Thinking
Anything
from
else?
what Deborah says about the end in mind, I was trying to work backwards from something that I imagine we need, and that's that our emergency operations plan that we have had to exercise in a time of crisis. I hear the neighborhood saying, can you bring that to the grassroots level? And so they're going to have to be a partner. And so under people, I would imagine that could read like neighborhood and community associations.
It's good.
Ooh, I kind of really like that.
Yeah.
That, because, you know, also, I think, I mean, I like it because it's going to save lives and be good for people, but also, I think the first few days of this crisis were, you know, they were obviously super difficult to deal with because we had no communications, but also, initially, that first week, there was a lot of, well, where's this person, or where's the mayor, or what's this person doing, or what, and I think if we had done the training, not just with us, and we had done the training with the community, with the press, with everyone else, we could have, that could have been a known, you know, because I feel like I spent a lot of time in the beginning saying, this is what this person's job is. The emergency response is led by the county, you know, just basic information about how these things work in North Carolina. There was a lot of
Yes.
big education curve just to get, but I mean, it got there, but
There's
it
also
took
potential to
a while.
synchronize. If, there's going to have to be adaptation, right? But if they're synchronized, so everyone has a copy of the big plan and then they've adapted it at the local level, then we won't be answering those kinds of questions.
And we did a little bit of that in terms of community engagement, but obviously not enough. And as because these plans are iterative, we've learned so much as a result of the storm. We will be updating, and I can assure you that community outreach and education will be a part of our new plan going forward.
And the nonprofits can help us with that too. You
Absolutely.
know, like do some massive train the trainer thing, like it won't
And
just be us.
that's right.
But the incentive for people to participate will be so clear.
And that's, Maggie, you make a good point in terms of these partnerships are not just gimme. It really is help us execute all the things that are needed to get done, because it just cannot be a city.
Oh, that is
Initiative.
inherent in this conversation about
Yeah.
partners and collaborators. The idea is to actually take things off of your plate.
Can I request some explicitly putting neighborhoods on there?
Yeah.
Grassroots will be
We hear
part
you.
of it
We hear
too,
you.
and in a way, it needs to be both.
Yep.
But our neighborhoods are
Yep.
critical.
I support that.
It's being done as we speak.
I
And
think
know
one of
we've
the,
got 1 minute, but I
Yeah,
did want to
thank you,
get on
Deborah.
record to say that, you know, the chamber did a lot of outreach and helped us manage the business interactions and so forth. So I didn't want to
Chamber of Commerce needs to get up there.
Yes,
Yeah,
our
very good.
chambers, yeah, and need to do more.
Okay.
just for a little housekeeping, since the public sees this, they're going to be confused about why hotels is up there. Can you put hotels as emergency housing?
Yes.
And I did, in the tone of like what we were just talking about, I used an example in our small groups earlier, like if you live in Florida or you live in a hurricane-prone city, you know these things. You have evacuation routes, you know, like, I assume that's some of what the people of Asheville will want, you know, that level of, here's my recycling schedule and here's my evacuation route.
All right. It's 30 seconds till we were going to adjourn. Tomorrow, you're going to get a chance to really dig a little deeper, and we're going to spend some time on the recovery priorities. What you've seen happening here is we've been building your work together on this sheet over here. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. Here's where we're going tomorrow. We've been talking about vision, guiding principles, recovery priorities, and now we're going to start working on the moving forward. And that's what we're going to spend most of our time tomorrow. Now, we will convene at 9 o'clock. We'll have a little exercise for you to do, and then we'll turn it over to the budget team with the city. And our plan tomorrow is we will have a working lunch because we want to finish at 3 o'clock tomorrow. And I think we can do that if we really stick to our guns. You're going to have lots of opportunities to spend time working with each other in breakout sessions around the recovery process. And we'll do a game plan before the day is out. Say that again? Breakfast will be, and coffee will be at 8:30, same place. And I think we plan to leave the material on the wall. Yeah, so all this is going to be available to look at, because this is what you're going to use tomorrow. Awesome. This was really good.